Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting what if Naruto walking backwards on tightrope. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. The young man stood among the ruins. He was alone, a fact which was agonizing. All around him were the shells of old buildings and the bodies of friends and enemies. All dead. The kunai he still held clutched in his hand finally clattered to the debris-coated ground as he sank to his knees. His blue eyes were wide and unseeing, his face perfectly blank. Slowly, a tear trickled from the left eye and rolled down his cheek, dropping off of his chin, but it was not followed. The pure truth hadn't yet sunk in. Kit. His unseen companion whispered in his mind, his deep voice soft with worry. The young man made no reply. He simply stared at nothing. He had only just awakened from unconsciousness after having been struck in the battle. And this sight was what greeted him. Damn it! He murmured without inflection. The words rang hollow, unable to express the emotions that were even now just beginning to blossom in his heart. They were all dead, captured, enslaved, or enemies. To avoid thinking emotionally, he began to blankly list names in his mind, carefully not attaching any meaning to the syllables. Ino, Chuji, Tenten, Lee Gai, Niji, Kiba, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizen, Asuma, Kurenai, Konohamaru, Udan, and Sai. Dead. Moegi, Temari, Kankuro, and Sakura. Enslaved with jutsu. Shino, Gaara, and Shikamaru. Captured and held captive. Sasuke. An enemy undeniably so. And Hinata. Hinata. Dead. At last a scream tore free of his lips. He cried out, pouring into the shout all of his rage, his sorrow, his fear, his loss, and his desire for vengeance. More tears began to leak from behind closed lids as his azure eyes let loose their load of emotional turmoil. His former unwanted tenant, and now closest remaining friend, waited for a time as he broke loose with his emotions, and then spoke as he lay spent on the ruined ground. Well, if this isn't screwed up, I don't know what is. The young man almost smiled. Almost. No kidding, he muttered in a hoarse voice, his throat hurt from his screams. Well, at least there are a few to rescue, said the other, trying to cheer him up. It didn't work particularly well. I'll try, said the blue-eyed blonde dully. I don't have much of a chance of success, but I don't have anything else to lose, now do I? This isn't like you, Naruto, said Kurama softly. What happened to the boy who never gave up while he still had one thing to fight for? He's dead, muttered Naruto in anguish. He'll be buried alongside Hinata. I can see the gravestone now. Hyuga Hinata, born, year 254 Shinobi era, died, year 271 Shinobi era, or rather year 1 Madara era. I doubt that, Kit, murmured the Kyuubi. Evil never lasts. I doubt Madara's empire will outlive him, and however long he endures, he won't survive an age of the world. It is still year 271 of the. Suddenly he broke off, as though a thought had occurred to him. Naruto, feeling his sudden excitement, blinked. What? He asked. What is it? Year 271. Mumbled Kurama, and it's only April. What? Naruto asked. What is it? Kurama didn't reply immediately. He seemed deep in thought, and his mounting excitement and glee shocked the blonde. Naruto, he began slowly. What if I could give you a way to go back? Prevent all of this from ever having happened? Naruto's blue eyes widened. Time travel, he whispered. Is that possible? Is there a jutsu for it? In the darkness of its cage in Naruto's mind, the Kyuubi grinned. Yes, it said simply. How? Naruto asked in his mind, shifting to the instantaneous means of internal conversation he and Kurama shared. The nine-tailed fox closed his eyes, recalling ancient memories. Every 300 years, the 5 stars of Chizu, Suizu, Kazu, Fuzu, and Kuzu come into alignment in a perfect regular pentagon with the North Star equidistant from each one. Upon the night of this alignment, which will be on May 17th, there is a ritual which may be performed which will transport the user back in time exactly 5 years. Their soul is placed within the body they bore at that time, or if no such body exists, then one is created with the age of the mind traveling. This will place you just before your genin exams, back in the academy. You will not yet have lost any of your friends, only your parents. And if we fail, we just wait 5 years and do it again, laughed Naruto, a glorious lightness seeming to come into his chest at the thoughts occurring to him. A second chance, something almost no one ever got. And he was the lucky one. Ah. No, said the QB quickly. We'll only get one attempt. The 5 sacred stars, as they are called, will follow the user of the jutsu to the past. Otherwise the world would be in an eternal 5-year loop as first one and then another being went back in time. No, we can only try once, and if it becomes even worse that time, it's on no one's heads but ours. Worse? Laughed Naruto mirthlessly. How could it be worse? They could all be dead, said Kurama flatly. And there are other, worse alternatives, I am sure, that are beyond the scope of even my imagination. Do not underrate the risks. All of your enemies will be back and ready to fight you, and though your spiritual energy, your yin chakra, will remain great, your physical yang chakra will be back to that which you bore as an immature preteen. Are you still willing to essay this? Naruto's face was completely composed as he answered, Do you even need to ask? How do we do the ritual? It will be painful, said the QB. You will have to collect many ingredients of odd kinds, and finally the ritual itself is frankly agonizing. Then let's get started, Naruto said aloud, opening his blue eyes, which were blazing with renewed purpose. Lee would have been proud, in that moment, of the flames of his youth. But Lee was dead. And soon, Naruto swore to himself, he won't be. Sasuke sat brooding on a small rock in the forest outside of what was left of Konoha, not that there was much left of Konoha. Tied to a tree near him was Gaara, barely conscious. Beside the chained Kazekage stood Sakura, and though she stood erect, the lack of pupils in her eyes and the oddly stiff way she held herself showed that she was likely less conscious than Gaara. Sasuke looked at the two of them for a moment, and then looked away again, staring into space. He was waiting for Madara to arrive to pick him, his captive, and his new thrall up in some fast-travel jutsu. I expect you're quite happy, said Gaara suddenly. Sasuke didn't move. Gaara was surprisingly resilient. Most people would have been in a stupor for hours more. Damnable former Jinchuriki. After all, you've finally succeeded at your goal, said the young Kazakage. Konoha is destroyed. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Although, I do wonder how you're going to explain Naruto's death to Madara. He won't be happy that he has to wait ages for the Kyuubi to reform, I expect. Naruto's not dead, said Sasuke shortly, still not looking at Gaara. If I was able to kill that fool, I'd have done it ages ago. You wouldn't, said the redhead softly. You do have that strength, Uchiha. Don't fool yourself. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I can't kill him, he said simply. I've tried time and again. You can, insisted Gaara, but you won't. You may have buried your heart, Uchiha, but he's carrying a new one for you. You can feel it, can't you? You can kill anyone, but you won't kill him, because you care about him. Sakura, said Sasuke without inflection, gag him. Sakura obeyed instantly, leaving Sasuke to wish she hadn't. Now, instead of listening to someone telling him the truth, he had to listen to his own mind, echoing it back at him. He sighed. Sakura, take off his gag. Again, the girl obeyed instantly. Gaara didn't start speaking right away, so Sasuke opened the conversation. What do you want from me? Me? Gaara asked in surprise. Nothing, really. Not from you. From Akatsuki, I'd like my freedom and my siblings and the lives of my comrades and subordinates that have died, but those I don't want from you, in particular. Then why are you trying to play on the strings of a heart that doesn't exist anymore? Asked Sasuke softly. I'm not, said Gaara, matching his tone, because I don't need to. The Kazekage fell silent. Then, after a time, he spoke again. Are you happy? No, said Sasuke honestly. What would make you happy? The other boy asked. Sasuke didn't answer, because he didn't know. Try feeling regret for what you've done, and then having no regrets, said the Sannin. I did, just after the Chunin exams. Do you remember them? It worked. Sasuke's face didn't change, but his eyes seemed saddened. That, he murmured, might have been nice. Meaning? Asked Gaara. Sasuke turned a glare on him, offset by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Meaning, he growled, that I am, by this point, beyond the place where I can just regret what I've done. It's too late for that, it has been for months. Then go back, said Gaara softly. What? Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing. If Sasuke Uchiha, Gaara murmured, there was a jutsu to go back in time to just before your genin exam, taking with you your eternal Mangekyo and all of your yin chakra, but going back to the body you bore at that time, would you use it? Sasuke blinked. What? Would you? Gaara seemed somehow intense, utterly focused on this one point. Yes, Sasuke muttered, looking away. Now stop giving me pointless questions. Why? Asked Gaara, ignoring him. Would you follow the same path of hatred, Uchiha? Or would you forge your own ideal? Sasuke hated himself for not knowing. The answer should have been clear, whether one way or the other, but it wasn't. I don't know. Enough with the hypothetical. Sakura, gag him. It's not hypothetical, cried Gaara as Sasuke's enslaved former teammate gagged him. The jutsu, MMPH. Take off the gag, said Sasuke, standing suddenly and staring at Gaara. As the gag came off, he came towards the Kazekage and grasped his collar. This jutsu exists? Yes, said Gaara. Shikaka knows it. You can talk to him, you're the one Madara wants to synchronize with the demonic statue, aren't you? You're certain? Sasuke said, pushing killer intent into the words. Yes. Then I'm learning it. Naruto grimaced in distaste as he began to smear the emblems on the ground in his blood as Kurama instructed. This is too much like that bastard Haiden's techniques, he muttered. You must show your devotion to the aim of leaving this world and body, replied the fox. At the end of this ritual, this body will be dead. I don't like that, said Naruto dully, but he continued without question. He trusted Kurama with a trust forged in war, and that trust wouldn't break over this. He scattered the various odd minerals and plants in their assigned positions. This really was a very complicated ritual. He'd had to collect 5 kinds of salt, 10 different rare berries, branches from 2 different trees, both of which couldn't be found in the land of fire, and an old sword. The sword was an odd one. It wasn't an artifact of some kind, just a sword that was a few years old and fairly rusty. Naruto honestly didn't know why he couldn't just use one of his kunai for whatever it was, but what Kurama said went. At the end of everything, he lay in the center of the emblem, a 5-pointed star in a pentagon, and, under Kurama's instruction, took up the rusty blade. Now the hard part, said the Kyuubi. You must impale yourself, striking the heart. Naruto clenched his teeth. Never expected to be doing this to myself, he muttered, holding the sword over himself. Are you certain it's ready? Touch the sword to your skin and see for yourself, said Kurama. The blade came into faint contact with the blonde's chest, and instantly the emblem of blood on the ground lit up and glowed an ethereal blue color. It's ready, said Kurama. Without replying or hesitating another moment, Naruto thrust downward. There was an instant of agonizing pain. And then there was nothing. Sasuke crept along the ceiling, moving more quickly and quietly than a civilian would have thought possible. It was time. Almost a month ago now he'd spoken with Shikaku, and the raccoon had told him the ways of the time travel jutsu, the ritual of the left hand of twilight, and now it was time to put that knowledge into use. First things first, Spring Gaara. The Kazekage had practically begged on his knees to be taken with, and Sasuke, not seeing any good reason to refuse, had agreed. Together they had already set up the ritual, but Sasuke hadn't managed to get permission to take the prisoner for a walk on this night, so they had to do a jailbreak operation. Ironic, considering it was Sasuke who captured him in the first place. Sasuke swore as he reached Gaara's cell. What were the odds? The guard was Suigetsu. Sasuke would try to defuse this, pulling rank to get the former Miss Nin to allow Gaara out, but if necessary, then Sasuke's former teammate would die. After all, given the circumstances, it would only be temporary. As Sasuke leapt down to the ground, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he even made a sound, Suigetsu handed him the keys. Sasuke blinked. What? Just do me a favor, Suigetsu interrupted him with a slight grin. Free me a little earlier this time. Sasuke looked at Gaara, who was lying in bed in his cage, looking over at them. The Kazekage smirked at him slightly. Sasuke shrugged and nodded at Suigetsu, who stood away from the door, allowing Sasuke to open it. He did, and Gaara sat up, swung his legs off of the slab that served as a bed, and stood. Come on, Sasuke told the redhead. Gaara stepped out of the small cell and nodded at him. Let's go, said the Sannin. Sasuke made to turn away, but Suigetsu stopped him. One more thing, said the would-be member of the Seven Swordsmen. You've got your revenge now, Sasuke, and having been here through all this, I'm tired. You are too, I can see it in your eyes. Sasuke. Don't do it again. Not the same way. I'll make my own mind, grunted the Uchiha. And I'll do it there. Suigetsu looked at him for a long moment, and then nodded. All right, he said, clapping his team leader on the shoulder. Good luck. Sasuke just grunted in reply. Turning, he led Gaara away. They soon got out of the Akatsuki base and made for the glade where they had readied the ritual. It was dusk when they reached it. It was just as they'd left it, thankfully. Sasuke nodded to Gaara and lay upon his pentagonal emblem. Gaara took position on his. As one, they took up the old blades beside them. Damn you, Uchiha Sasuke! Screamed Madara's voice, and at that instant the Akatsuki's leader stepped into the clearing. I will not allow this! He cried. I have done too much since then. There was no time to hesitate. As one, Gaara and Sasuke plunged the swords into their chest. The twin rituals exploded into light, blinding Madara. When the light cleared, there was nothing but formless void where the world had been. It was gone, replaced by the past. The future was without form, like clay, and those who knew the arts could now once again shift its shape as though it were on a potter's wheel. It was time to try again. Chapter 1, Renewed. Naruto's eyes fluttered open slowly. He looked up uncomprehendingly at the off-white ceiling over his head. Then he blinked, looked around. He sat up, his jaw slack. He was in his old apartment in Konoha. The jutsu had worked. Of course it did, Kit, said Kurama's voice in his head. Don't tell me you doubted me. Of course not, Furball, Naruto said to him in his mind. It's just. Wow. I never would have believed. I know, said the Kyuubi softly. I know. But now we're here, time for business. Are you late for something? Naruto closed his eyes, thinking. First priority has to be ascertaining the date, he told the fox. Am I already a genin, or still in the academy? Is it a day off, or should I go to whichever it is today? And what's the time? He looked at the clock, 7:30. So, unless it's a day off, I'm late, he determined. I think I had a calendar in here. The young Lantern boy swung his legs off the bed and stood. He stretched, the proportions of his younger body feeling oddly different. His head felt a little too big for his shoulders and opened the door of his bedroom, heading out into his, well, for want of a better phrase, other room. His apartment consisted of 3 rooms: the bedroom, the bathroom, and the other room a combined dining room, kitchen, recreation room and study, not that he had ever really used the latter two, as he remembered. There was the calendar, on the wall by his fridge. He made his way over to it. It looked to be Sunday. Good, he was off for the day. His next priority had to be determining where he would go the next day. He could no longer remember the exact date of his graduation to genin, unfortunately, but he guessed it had been either late May or early June, and it was still the middle of May. So, he decided, the academy, almost certainly. Still, he should comb the apartment for his headband. If it was present, he'd graduated. He looked around and sighed. Only now did he remember just how disorganized he'd been when he was this age. He'd improved since, but he was now back at the beginning. With a groan, he threw himself at the first pile of junk. Sasuke awoke, but his eyes remained closed and his breathing remained steady. This was a trait that he'd developed through long years of potential threats hanging over him constantly. It allowed him to probe himself and his surroundings somewhat without anyone watching, able to detect him. He was in a bed, he felt. His head seemed oddly large and his body felt too small. His body was tangled in the sheets around him, a sure sign of something odd. In the past few years, he had learned to sleep in perfect stillness so as to avoid precisely this. It hampered his motion should he need to do something instantly. Fortunately, he could detect no sign of a threat, despite these little oddities. Deciding that he could determine no more without opening his eyes, he did so. As he looked over at the window, he was on his side, it was as though he'd been punched in the gut. He sat up, looked around. He knew this room. This was where he'd slept in the Uchiha compound. He was back at the beginning, before Orochimaru, before Madara, before Itachi's death. The feeling was unbelievably freeing. Gaara would be over at Sunagakure, he decided. He would leave the Sannin to his own devices for now. Idly he wondered what changes he would forge, imagining how different the Chunin exams might go, with Gaara and himself so altered. There'll be time for that, he decided. There were months before the Chunin exam, if the calendar on his wall was any judge. But now, he had something else to determine. What the hell was he doing? Was he here to follow a path of vengeance, but shortened and allowing him to avoid his mistakes from the previous attempt, or was he here to pursue an entirely different course? And of course, there was the ever-present enigma of Naruto. He'd been so in the future, and now he was again in the past. Was he an enemy or a friend? Did Sasuke want to kill him or embrace him? Sasuke fell, landing seated on the bed. Cradling his head in his hands, he wondered how it was possible to be so conflicted. Then, after a short period of inactivity, he stood again. He didn't know what to do, so he would decide as time passed. He would give Naruto his shot at converting him. And frankly, a large part of him hoped the young Namikaze Uzumaki would succeed. But now he opened his door and made his way down into the kitchen below. He prepared a small meal for himself and ate in silence, forcing himself not to dwell on his course for the future. All manner of planning was futile, he was sure not with Naruto, the most unpredictable of all ninja, on his team, and the uncertainty that was obvious of the exact and far-reaching repercussions of each of his actions. He was certain, for instance, that just because a dice rolled last time had come up a 5, it was not any more likely to be a 5 this time than any number. All of the chances were now to be re-rolled. Who knew where the odds would take him this time? And Gaara was here. That, too, would be certain to have some kind of odd repercussion. There was no way of predicting anything. Every battle might go differently. Every fork might be taken differently. Every choice might be decided differently. When he was done eating, he cleared the table, washed the dishes, and neatly put them away. After this was done, he was disappointed, because now he had to decide what to do. With a shrug, he resigned himself to what he really had no choice but to do, except by just staying home. Stepping out of his door, he walked the silent avenues of the Uchiha compound, and then made his way out into the streets of the village he had intended to destroy. As he walked among villagers, whose faces ranged in expression from respectful to pitying, the idea of simply making for the Foundation headquarters and killing Danzo now came to him, or simply destroying the other two elders immediately. But he dismissed the idea, realizing that despite all the strength of his jutsu and yin chakra, he was still no match for the ANBU and Foundation in this weak, youthful body. "Hey, Sasuke-kun!" A voice came suddenly to his ears. A voice he knew a little better at this time of his life than he wanted to. Sakura had found him. Without the slightest change of expression, he pushed off of the ground and, with a speed even he shouldn't have possessed at this age, made a chakra-assisted leap onto a nearby roof and then leapt down into the adjacent street. Hopefully that'll keep her off of my back for at least a few minutes, he thought without conviction. To think just yesterday she was enslaved by my jutsu. That thought hurt him more than he'd have liked. Sakura had always been an odd point. He'd have liked to say that since leaving the village she meant nothing to him, but it really wouldn't have been true. Only in his darkest times had he ever really felt like killing her. The rest of the time he thought that if she came before him, he'd be most likely to send her away as gently as he could. No matter what he himself said to the contrary, after all, they were both fellow members of Team 7. Not much could change that, though he might want it to. Thoughts of Team 7, unfortunately, brought him back to the most irksome source of his own second-guessing and half-wishes, Naruto. Of course, it didn't help that his feet had on some subconscious command carried him to a street corner which gave him an absolutely perfect view of his blonde former/to-be teammate's rundown apartment. He stopped there and, against the wishes of a large part of his mind, looked up at the small area for a time, thinking. Remembering. "Sasuke-kun!" cried Sakura again, catching up to him. "Hi! How are you today?" she asked, somewhat breathlessly. "Fine," he said without thinking. It was surreal, being back to the point where he'd still been the object of Sakura's affection rather than the main object of her fear and hatred. I'm good too, thanks for asking, she said happily in classic Sakura style. He remembered her as always being so obsessed with receiving his attention that she'd almost had herself convinced that she actually did. In an instant, a decision was made. Screw the consequences, he thought. He always had felt surprisingly guilty about his treatment of Sakura. He couldn't, of course, give her what she really wanted, which was his love, but he could at least give her what she deserved, his attention as a classmate. I didn't, he interrupted her. She blinked at him in surprise. He knew he'd never done this before. I didn't ask how you were doing, he said, turning to face her, another thing he'd never really done last time. But I will now. How are you? She stared at him for a second and then stuttered, I'm, great. Thanks for, asking. Then she seemed to compose herself and quickly transitioned back into her normal pre-recorded tangent. Well, Sasuke-kun, if you're not busy, do you want to go to Lewin? No, he cut her off, barely containing the urge to roll his eyes. It was amazing, really, how he'd been able to reduce this girl of almost genius-level IQ into an idiotic, fawning fangirl. If only he'd been able to do something similar to Shikamaru. That would save a lot of problems from the damnable tactician. On second thought, not really. Bad mental images. No, I won't go on a date with you, he said, forcing himself to continue holding her gaze. He'd started this, and he'd be damned if he wouldn't finish it. But if there's something you want to talk to me about as a classmate, and not as some idol, then feel free. She stood there in amazement, staring at him. Now he did roll his eyes. God, he said. There's more to life than some ridiculous crush, Sakura. With that said, he turned back and looked up at the old apartment again, determined to give her the next move. He half expected her to find some excuse to leave. She was way out of her comfort zone, he knew, but she surprised him. Well, what are you looking at? She asked, following his gaze. It's a start, he thought, almost grinning, idly wondering how she'd have acted if he ever had taken her on a date. She'd probably have been unable to think of anything to talk about, and gone home ashamed of herself, or perhaps she'd have been too drunk on the high of defeating Ino to have bothered with the latter. You see that apartment? He asked her, pointing the object of his attention out to her. Yeah? She said, clearly very unsure of her footing. What about it? Calm down, first of all, said Sasuke, rolling his eyes again. Now that he was in the middle of it, her actions suddenly weren't such an annoyance to him as they were just an obstacle he felt compelled to help her overcome. She couldn't stay obsessed over him, that would only be detrimental to her, and since it would be no good to him whatsoever, all he wanted to do was avoid inflicting that pain on her. Look at it this way. He stopped. Actually, never mind, he said. That was a bad idea. Look, stop looking at me like an idol, like I said. Right here, right now, I'm a classmate. And I want to be treated as such. For a moment she stared at him with eyes almost glazed with her glorified perception of him, and he wondered what on earth made him so appealing to her and to Ino. He was nothing more than a boy with a misguided perception of the world and a darkened view of life. What was good about that? Even he was repulsed by himself. His only drive was vengeance, and that, as he himself knew well, led nowhere near happiness. It only led to pain. It was a path he followed only because he didn't know how to turn aside. Then she seemed to shake herself, and he was astonished by her ability to control herself. He'd made his desires clear, and she was willing to conform. Okay, she said. Sorry. If you're going to stutter about it, don't be, he said, causing her to blush. Now, do you know who lives in that apartment? He asked her, wondering how well she knew Naruto at this point, if at all. No, she said, blinking. Should I? No, he said slowly. No, I guess not. You know Naruto? She nodded vehemently. That idiot. Does he live here, then? He nodded. Is that all you think about him, then? He asked softly. That he's an idiot? Well, yeah, she said, looking at him oddly. Why do you? Her voice faded, and her eyes widened as though occurred to her. Sasuke-kun, are you? I'm not gay, he said instantly, predicting her questions, and I'm not stalking Naruto. Oh. Okay then, she said, sounding relieved and oddly, a little disappointed. Damn fangirls and their perverted tendencies, Sasuke thought, barely suppressing a shudder. Have you ever wondered why he lives in a place like this? He asked, gesturing to the slums around. Well, he doesn't have much money, does he? Sakura said. He's an orphan. So am I, said Sasuke sardonically. She blushed. Well, yeah, but you've got the Uchiha fortune. And why didn't he inherit any of his parents' money? Do you know? Sasuke asked, almost certain she wouldn't. She blinked in surprise. No, she said slowly. Maybe his parents were poor? Maybe, said Sasuke, but at the same time he thought, I can't believe we were all this stupid. I mean, really, how many Nordic blondes has this village turned out over the years? The fourth wasn't poor, so why doesn't Naruto have the money he should? Why doesn't he live in the Namake's estate? He knew the answer, of course. Anything given to Naruto of his father's could be used to trace the boy back to being his father's son by the man's enemies. Sasuke's questions could really be summed into one. Why is life so unfair? Why on earth was he, a boy with nothing but dark ambitions, given so much while the one who deserved it all was left in the slums? Perhaps it was because of the circumstances of his upbringing that Naruto had become the upbeat, strong young man he had. But enough was enough. And in that moment, Sasuke chose his path. Danzo was his enemy. So were the elders. But Konoha itself he would forgive for his friend for Naruto. Sasuke's path would be different this time. No matter what, he swore to himself, this time I'll be the friend Naruto deserves. Sasuke? Sakura's voice broke into his reverie. She was looking at him worriedly, and only now did he realize his face had set itself into a mask of determination. He allowed his muscles to relax. Is something wrong? No, he said, smiling slightly at her, causing her, despite her admirable self-control, to blush again. Nothing. Call it an epiphany. What's that supposed to mean? She asked bewilderedly. His smile widened a little. Make of it what you will, he said. As he turned and walked away down the street, he thought he heard her mumble, so cool. Then she started to follow him, and tried to start another line of conversation. As he'd asked, it wasn't related to dating. And for once, he didn't mind in the slightest. Arc 1. Chapter 2, Redevelopment. Naruto sighed in relief. He had not only combed every inch of his apartment for his headband, he'd also sorted all of the random junk in it into much neater systems, taking advantage of the storage facilities at his disposal, i.e. dresser, closet, etc. He was now 99% certain that he was not a genin. He sat down on a chair and relaxed for a time. It had struck him as he searched that, of course, ninja didn't get weekends off. If he had been a genin, he'd have been expected to report in even on Sunday. Fortunately, he was still an academy student, so he wasn't late for anything. Still, there were things to do, not least of which was getting out and exploring the town. He had to see it burgeoning in all its glory to renew his purpose, protecting it in his mind. I don't think it struck you, Kit, said Kurama in his mind, but these foolish villagers still hate you at this point. I don't think watching that in action will really help you in wanting to protect them. It will, Naruto communicated to him. Don't worry, Furball. I know they hate me. But if they can afford to hate the Jinchuriki in their midst, then they haven't really known a true enemy, and I'll do anything to try to keep it as close to that as possible. You've gotten wise, Kit, murmured the Kyuubi. You're not the whelp I was encased in years ago. Had to, Furball, said the boy matter-of-factly. You don't take on groups of S-ranked missing nin with an immature mindset. After a moment's thought, he amended, well, not more than once. Kurama chuckled. No, I suppose not. Well, this should be fun anyway. To watch, I mean. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked, blinking. You're starting over, Kit. The fox was laughing now, softly. Those who were precious to you in the future now think of you as no more than the dead last-class clown who nobody likes, and who isn't trusted by their parents. It'll be interesting, seeing you regain their trust. But I will regain it, Naruto swore. They won't be able to ignore me. Not this time. Inside his jailer-slash-friend's mind, the nine-tailed fox grinned. I believe it. Now get going, there's much yet to do. With a nod and a grin, Naruto stood up and stepped out of his apartment and into Konoha. He was just in time to see Sasuke leave with Sakura in tow, heading away from his apartment. He wondered what Sasuke was doing in the slums. The proud Uchiha had, at least at this point in time, never come around this area of the village to his knowledge. Odd. Still, The sight of the two of them brought a wide smile to Naruto's lips. This time, he swore to Sasuke in his mind, I'll not only make you not go to Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, I'll make sure you don't even want to. Tall order, Kit, Kurama said quietly. That boy is dangerous. You know it. It'd be safer just to kill him now, he couldn't cause all of the problems later. Shut up, furball, snarled Naruto, but without rancor. He knew his tenant's thoughts on the matter, they reflected his own on the future Sasuke. That Uchiha was irredeemable. But this one isn't, he thought. You know it, old fox. Look through my memories and tell me that Sasuke wasn't redeemable if things hadn't happened just like they did. There was a moment of waiting as the QB considered, and then he said, there's a chance, I suppose. But do me a favor and don't overvalue him. I know you. You'll want to throw your life away for him. Don't. Remember, he killed the Hyuga girl. Hinata! Roared Naruto, and now there was real rage in his voice. You hang out in my mind, damn it. The least you can do is use the given name of the girl I love. All right, Kit, sorry, cried the QB, retreating the tendrils of his consciousness somewhat from Naruto's. You're right. Sorry. Old habits die hard. Kurama had, of course, always considered himself above humans, and he and Naruto were having difficulty keeping that superiority complex down. He had by this time realized that humans weren't as low as he thought. Naruto had proven that many times over. Naruto sighed, calming himself. I know. I shouldn't have gotten so angry. Sorry about that. And you're right. If it's him or me, I'll go for me unless things go different enough this time that I think he deserves it, and will continue to deserve it. That's as good as I'm likely to get, I guess, said Kurama dully. Just take care of us, would you? Don't worry, furball, grinned Naruto. All else fails, I'll pull the seal. At least that'll save you. No, said the QB firmly. Quite apart from everything else, all that'll do is turn me into a tool to be picked up and used by Madara at his leisure. I'll go down with you and reform slowly. That'll be a wrench in his plans. Ah, I'm touched that you care about me so much, grinned Naruto. Come here, you little furball. Shut up, growled Kurama, and start walking. And Naruto did. Together they walked the streets of Konoha. The moment he stepped out into the road, the blonde felt it. The terrible, heavy cold of many hate-filled gazes was palpable, and despite his assurances, it weighed him down. Still, he smiled, knowing that he'd already proven himself to these people. He didn't need to do it again. His goal now was protecting them, and everyone else. As he walked aimlessly among the masses, wandering through the village, he began to form a plan for the day in his mind. First, he would make for the outskirts of the village, where he would begin the long and slow process of redeveloping his body through physical training. After about an hour of this, he would head for Ramen Ichiraku for lunch. When he'd eaten, he'd get back to training, and then he'd head back to his apartment in the evening for dinner and bed. He'd set his alarm for 6 in the morning instead of 7 so he could get a bit of work in before 8, when he had to be at the academy. This train of thought led him to realize how odd it was that he'd awoken at 7:30 this morning. He remembered his early days, he'd slept into the afternoon almost invariably on them. His older spirit must have woken up earlier through discipline alone. He soon reached the training grounds. They were just as he'd remembered them. Last time around he'd trained, yes, and he trained hard, but he'd never really done what he now needed to. In order to get his strength back, he'd have to push himself to the absolute limit every day, and then press beyond that. Thank Kami for Lee, or he'd never have been able to do that. But remembering the green-clad youth gave him the strength and understanding he needed for this. With a sigh, he began. He started with handstand push-ups. Those were one of Lee's staples. Naruto had tried them once and found them ridiculously difficult. Now, though, difficulty was the only indicator of effectiveness that Naruto would accept. He set his goal loftily. If I can't get 50 of these, he muttered to himself. At the risk of sounding like Lee, I'll do. Screw it. I'm doing 50. He did, in the end, finish 50, though by the end of it his arms were screaming for mercy that he would give them for a time while he worked on his legs and abdominals. But first he had to stretch. As the son of the Yellow Flash, he knew the value of speed better than most, and he knew that to achieve real speed he needed flexibility. He also knew that the best time to stretch was right after an exercise. So he ran through a quick sequence of agonizing stretches designed to develop every single one of the muscles he'd just worked. By the end of that, his shoulders felt like putty just sitting on his bones. Kami above, he was going to be sore tomorrow. With a sigh, he began a similar process on his legs. This one was more difficult in one way because he didn't think Lee had a really difficult exercise for the legs, he just ran massive numbers of laps. With weights on. Weights. Now that was something Naruto needed to get his hands on. But first he had to come up with an exercise for his legs. After a moment, it came to him. He would attempt to jump from tree to tree and similar stunts without the use of chakra. He didn't know for certain that it would work at all, but he could at least give it a shot. After a few minutes, he had determined that it did work and that it was extremely difficult. After a while longer, he knew he couldn't continue with that. So he returned to the ground and began stretching his legs. Then he began work on his core. Sit-ups done with straightened legs a little above the ground should suffice. They did, as the burning of his abdomen made clear several minutes later. Then came stretches. Again. By the time that was done, he knew he was overdue for lunch. Especially since his stomach was wrenching in hunger over all the calories he'd spent. Grinning, he propelled himself back in the direction of the village. He fully expected to clean out Tuchi's stalks. Sasuke's feet moved fluidly into position, and his arms shaped the air like clay around him. It was like a dance, really. No wonder it had once been considered a form of meditation. He was practicing his kata sequences of techniques meant to give shape to the basic knowledge of each move. No, stop, he said suddenly to the pink-haired girl at his side. Sakura froze in her position. Sweat was beading on her brow at the exertion. Sasuke had been right in his assessment. Sakura hadn't really realized how physically difficult being a shinobi would be back when she was in the academy. She was even having serious difficulty with the basic katas. He fell out of his stance and shifted her arm's position slightly, talking as he did so. When you're doing a back fist, your other hand should always be guarding your side. That's one of the human body's weakest points, and during this technique, it's totally exposed. This was completely basic. It was unbelievable that she didn't know it. When practicing, you want to exaggerate your guard. That way, in a real combat situation where form gets lax, you'll still have the guarding hand about where it should be. She nodded, blushing at his hand on her wrist. She really was terrible at taijutsu. That was something he needed to fix, which was exactly what he was doing now. Suddenly she spoke. Is this how you always spend your weekends? Training? Pretty much, said Sasuke, getting back into his stance. Now, focus on the kata, not on me. He continued leading her through the forms, correcting her mistakes as they happened. It was a testament to her mental abilities that after he'd corrected a mistake once or possible twice, she didn't make it again. Most people just didn't have that much conscious control over their muscles. In some ways, she was almost as smart as Shikamaru. After they'd gone through the basic katas, he eased himself out of his stance. She followed suit, wincing in pain at the soreness of her muscles. Sorry, she mumbled, not looking at him. You must think I'm ridiculously weak. Sasuke shrugged. Strength comes to those who have a drive to it, he said. I do. Not everyone does. Do you? She blushed slightly. No. Not really. He nodded. Then I wouldn't expect you to be strong. Find that drive, Sakura. That's where strength is. Oh, okay, she stuttered, blushing even more. And calm down, he said firmly. It's natural for two people to train together. This was not, in any way, a date. If you try to one-up Ino and the rest of your little rabble with this, I'll be displeased. I know, she said, clearly disappointed, looking down. Cheer up, he said, and in homage to his brother, he lightly tapped her on the forehead. Come on. You're probably hungry. I know I am. I know a good steamed food place. It's still not a date, he added quickly at the way her face lit up. I'm just hungry, and it's only good manners to hang out a bit after training. Sure, she said excitedly, and he was certain that no matter what he said, this was a date to her. Kami above, would he have to do something like this with Ino, too, just to fix this? He'd never liked Ino in particular. Unlike Sakura, she'd never really grown into the strength she could bear. Sure, she was a good medic, but even there she was second to Sakura. Her clan's mental jutsu were her greatest redeeming factor. By the time of Konoha's destruction, she'd replaced her father as the Hokage's Naruto's main interrogation officer. After Ibiki, the torturer couldn't really be replaced. Ah, screw it. So what if things went askew? Even if Sakura thought he liked her, it didn't matter, in the end. He tried to ensure she knew the truth, and if she refused to listen, her pain was her fault. With these thoughts running through his head, he led her out of the forest to the main city. The two of them talked together as they went. And as he simply enjoyed his time with his teammate-to-be, Sasuke wouldn't have had it any other way. Chapter 3, Recall. A new day dawned on groaning children and dragging feet. It was Monday, and the young shinobi-to-be of the academy were headed back to school after a weekend of relaxation. Well, most of them had been relaxing. Sakura groaned in pain at the soreness of her limbs. She'd watched Sasuke train before, of course that was the classic thing for a fangirl to watch, though she herself wouldn't have put it that way. But to her it had never been more than a show of skill and strength. It had never struck her just how hard the training Sasuke did was. She tried to massage some life back into her limbs all through the morning, but it didn't work too well. On the way to school, though, she ran into Sasuke again. It didn't strike her until later how odd that was. Sasuke lived in the Uchiha compound, on the opposite side of the academy. "Hi, Sasuke," she cried as she spotted him. His head cocked slightly as he heard her. He turned to face her, face blank but not cold at least, if not with the warmth it had borne the day before. "Sakura," he said with a nod. Then, with a slight grin, "Sore?" She blushed. Yeah. How do you deal with it?" "It hurts." "I don't get sore easily anymore," he said. "But when I do, I stretch the muscles. It hurts, but it helps in the long run. Try it next time you do any kind of strenuous workout." She nodded. "Thanks, I will. Anyway, let's go, we're barely on time." He nodded. "Lead the way." Naruto's eyes opened and he screamed an unfortunately shrill and very unmanly sound. The shriek lasted a few seconds and then he cut off, eyes wide, body rigid in bed. "Sore?" chuckled Kurama. "Shut up, furball," snapped Naruto mentally. The workouts of the previous day had been beyond anything he'd ever done even in his own time, and his body of these previous years had been much weaker. He should have been more careful. Still, he needed to improve. The clock said that the time was 6, and his alarm had just stopped ringing. Good, he had some time. He slowly raised himself out of bed, letting the most painful of his muscles rest as much as possible. As soon as he was on the ground, he began a stretching cycle to relieve the soreness. It was agony, but that was expected. For the whole next hour, he was stretching his aching muscles. By the end of it, he at least felt like he'd managed through the school day. As soon as the clock struck 7, he made his way to his counter and prepared himself some instant ramen for breakfast. He knew, of course, that this was not a nutritious way of life, and he had every intention of buying healthier food, but for now everything in his fridge was spoiled, some of it badly. Indeed, he was fairly certain that a boat of gravy he'd never thrown away had developed a complex little civilization, possibly with a religion and everything. He just hoped it took the little bastards a while to develop steam power and electricity. Okay, maybe that was a little exaggeration, but it was a fun thing to imagine. And the gravy did smell really bad. In any case, after school today, he'd go shopping for something that wasn't junk food. He had the money for at least something a little better than this. After he'd eaten, he cleared out his fridge of all the spoiled foodstuffs, which was to say everything. As the last thing, the gravy, made its way to the trash, he knew he'd have to get the stuff out of the house or he'd suffocate in the night. So he then took the time to take his trash outside and throw it into the large bins from which it would be collected either by paid civilian workers or genin on D ranks. He'd collected trash enough to know that his bin was a staple ninja route. No civilian wanted to collect that demon's trash. He rolled his eyes at the thought. What, did they think he contaminated his garbage with some king of demon virus? Idiots. In reality, he knew, it wasn't a rational thought that caused the pattern. They simply associated him, and everything associated with him, with the QB attack. Still, it was annoying, especially since he'd had to collect his own trash too many times to count. When he got back into his apartment and looked at the clock, he saw that it was already 7:15. His eyes widened at the good fortune that he'd looked now 2 minutes later, and he'd have been late for the academy. In a moment he'd grabbed his backpack and was out the door, running up the road for the school he hadn't attended in almost half a decade. Sasuke woke early, very early. He had been in the throes of a nightmare. This in itself was usual. Nightmares had been a constant companion since the start of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Watching the people he once thought of as friends die at his own hands would give them to anyone. When he awoke, he was in a bad mood and somehow, he couldn't really get into the same fervor over the ideas of protecting his friends as he'd been in the day before. That wouldn't do at all. He had no wish to wind up being unkind to Sakura today at the academy, or anyone else, for that matter. He had to find some way to get himself psyched. Suddenly it came to him. As the idea struck him, he quickly prepared a breakfast for himself, an omelette with all of the good vegetables, and prepared himself to leave, changing into clothes suitable for the day and such. Once all of this was done, he left the house and took off down the lane of the Uchiha compound at a jog. He soon was outside of the walled compound and in the wider Konoha. From there, rather than risk meeting someone he didn't want to deal with, he took to the roofs, leaping along them quickly and quietly. Within a few minutes he had made his way back to the apartment where Naruto lived. When he was at a roof that would give him optimum viewing of the place, he sat cross-legged, put his elbows on his knees, twined his hands together and lowered his chin onto the mat they made. He simply looked at the apartment and thought about the boy within it. He would, at this time, still be the innocent, stupid, lovable preteen fool that he'd been forced to grow out of when Sasuke deserted. While growing out of it was good, Sasuke's desertion wasn't. The kid, at this point in his life, had never known love. Even his parents' last acts had been sacrificing his happiness for the village. Sasuke didn't blame them. There hadn't been any better options, and in the end it had turned out for the best. Had the Kyuubi Jinchuriki been anyone else, he was sure Madara would have gotten his hands on the fox long before Sasuke ever thought to use the jutsu. The simple fact, though, was that love was something out of Naruto's reach at this point of his life, whether it was the love of a friend, a parent, a sibling, or a lover. And now Sasuke was psyched. Burning at the injustice that gave him all he needed and left Naruto alone and friendless, he swore anew that he would give Naruto the first of the above forms of love. He would be the friend the boy so desperately needed. One day, perhaps, they'd once again be like siblings, but this time, Sasuke would ensure that it was in a more positive light. He sat there for a time longer, just contemplating the nature of his mission. After a time, his thoughts turned to Gaara. He wondered how the boy was doing. He was in a situation almost as bad as Naruto's, at this point of his life. It was actually worse, but that was largely his doing accidentally. He'd brought the fear of his siblings upon himself by allowing the betrayal of his uncle to change him so. He'd been a relatively quiet Jinchuriki until his uncle had betrayed him. Sasuke expected that he'd probably be even now trying to win back the love of his siblings, or perhaps his uncle hadn't even died yet. Suddenly Sasuke checked his watch, wondering whether he was still on time. It was almost 6. He'd been sitting for almost half an hour. There were more productive things he could be doing, training for one. He stood, looked one last time on his teammate Tobi's apartment, and leapt away from rooftop. Just in time to not hear Naruto's scream of awakening. Naruto stood in the courtyard of the Ninja Academy. He held his position off to the side and leaning quietly against the wall. He'd arrived a little bit early, in the end, and school had yet to be called. So he took the opportunity to acquaint himself with the surreal nature of what was going on around him. There, in another part of the courtyard, was Ino, just hovering around over nothing, looking a bit lost. Sasuke was likely early most of the time, Naruto realized, and Ino usually tried to be here too. The Uchiha didn't seem to be early today. Tough Naruto couldn't see him anywhere. There, over in another corner, Shikamaru and Chuji were seated together. Naruto was honestly surprised they'd gotten here so early. Shikamaru's mother had probably forced him up early today over something or another. And there, off to the side, seemingly trying to disappear into the walls, was Hinata. Naruto's heart swelled at the sight of her. From his perspective, she'd been dead for barely a month, and the wound was still fresh. All he wanted to do was to rush forward and embrace her. "But you can't," said Kurama flatly. "Not yet. Patience, Kit. She needs to grow a little. So do you, for that matter." "I'm not an idiot, furball," Naruto told him. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Well, not that much, anyway. I know we can't be lovers yet, we're both only 12, for Cammy's sake. But you're not stopping me from being the friend I should have been last time." "Nor would I want to," Kurama cut himself off. "Look sharp. Uchiha at 4 o'clock. Naruto blinked. Slowly, trying to make the movement as casual as possible, he turned slightly to look at the entryway to the courtyard. There was Sasuke, in the old blue turtleneck he'd worn in the old days. Sakura was beside him, talking to him. And he was talking back. Odd. Perhaps they'd been on better terms before becoming teammates, when Sasuke'd have to deal with her all the time? Who could say? And then, suddenly, as though feeling eyes on him, the Uchiha turned and his black eyes met Naruto's blue ones. At once Naruto was struck dumb by a strange horror. The eyes he was looking into weren't the eyes of a preteen any more than his own were. If he didn't know better, he'd have sworn that Itachi was already dead and Madara had made himself known. But then Sasuke looked away, back at Sakura, and Naruto shook the feeling off. Sasuke was a kid. Naruto was attaching his own meanings to something meaningless. I don't know, Kit, said Kurama, almost nervous. Those eyes did radiate with the chakra of an Uchiha at the peak of his strength. He's Sasuke, said Naruto simply. That's natural, I'd say. Perhaps, muttered the Kyuubi. Sasuke's mind was not on what Sakura was saying, although he was able to respond correctly in spite of that. Naruto's blue eyes filled his mind. They'd seemed different from how he'd remembered. Actually, they'd seemed far too close to his nearest memories for his liking. What was this? Had he ever really known Naruto at all? This boy didn't seem like an immature prankster. He looked like the Hokage he would one day be. Well, so be it. If he was Hokage, he was Sasuke's Hokage. And then the bell rang, and the class was crowding into the academy's doors. And Sasuke felt more at home than he had in years. Chapter 4, Recapitulation. Hello, class, said Irika, smiling at the children once they'd all taken their seats. Hello, Irika-sensei, the class chorused. Naruto only remembered this particular expectation just in time and even so lagged a little behind the rest of the group, but it wasn't particularly noticeable. Hello, said Irika, his kind face growing into an even wider grin. Now, before we begin today's lesson, let's recap on what we learned on Friday in case anyone got into their parents' sake stores over the weekend. Or came back in time from 5 years in the future, Naruto thought with a mental smirk even as he laughed outwardly at Irika's joke. The academy teacher had long since learned to review the previous lesson every Monday so as to prevent undue embarrassment and confusion. Naruto listened attentively. That was another thing he'd never really done last time. The academy's lessons had been a closed book to him until long after he'd graduated. This time he was determined to at least try to pick up some stuff. There were sure to be tidbits he'd never even learned last time. The previous lesson had, apparently, been on the strengths of each of the 5 main chakra natures, as well as their comparative strength, or, as Naruto recalled dubbing the diagram once in a conversation with Sakura, the ninja color wheel. He was fairly certain he knew most of what was to be understood there. Fire to wind to lightning to earth to water to fire and so on. Fire burned. Wind cut. Lightning electrocuted. Earth just whacked things really hard most of the time. And water. Well, it also whacked things, didn't it? Just with water. Suddenly Naruto decided that perhaps his education did leave something to be desired. No kidding, Kit, chuckled Kurama in great amusement. Shut up, Naruto muttered. I'm trying to listen. Sasuke meditated in his seat. Irika's voice slipped right around him and he was able to completely ignore it. He knew all of the academy's lessons anyway. He wasn't thinking about anything really, just acquainting himself with the surreal world he now found himself in. He just calmed the part of him that was going haywire over the madness that was this time. Suddenly, Irika called on him. Sasuke, he said. Which element is between fire and lightning? It took all of Sasuke's training not to burst out laughing. What a coincidence, that it should be this precise scenario. The element between fire and lightning? The one element that was his enemy and his friend. Of course it would be the enigma that was Naruto. Wind, he said flatly. Correct, said Irika with a smile. I'm glad to see you memorized the chart I gave you. Not really more, just had to memorize the table over 5 years of combat, but what did it matter? Now we'll turn our lesson to chakra control. Sasuke tuned him out again. The bell for recess rang after an hour and a half. All right, Irika said loudly over the hustle of rising students beginning conversations. When we get back we'll get into Kenjutsu theory. Have a good break. Naruto stood, stretched, and made his way out of the room, following the crushing crowd of students. When he finally got outside of the building, he made for a niche off to the side where hopefully he wouldn't be disturbed. As soon as he had looked around and was sure no one would take particular note of what he was doing, he began his workout routine anew, starting with handstand push-ups. He'd gotten through his arms and was about to start into his leg exercises when he heard Sasuke's voice behind him. Bell's about to ring. Don't start anything new. Naruto's fist clenched compulsively. Up until just recently, having Sasuke right behind him would have been a very bad thing. It took him a moment to calm himself, remind himself that this wasn't the Sasuke who'd killed his friends and enslaved Sakura. Then he turned on the ground from his seated position to look at the boy. Sasuke looked just as he should have, grim and uninterested. But if he was uninterested, why had he spoken to Naruto at all? And his eyes, there was still something off about them. Interesting workout pattern, said Sasuke after a moment, leaning against a tree, still looking at him with those cold, black eyes that had been red while the fire that burned Kakashi was black. I hope you also work out the other muscle groups. Naruto nodded, not trusting himself to speak. This is not good, Kit, snarled Kurama. Silence is out of character. It is, but why does it matter? Naruto wondered. Not like anyone really knew me back at this time. I'm not sure, muttered Kurama. Call it an odd feeling. I feel a strange foreboding. Naruto grimaced inwardly. When Kurama had odd feelings, it was wise to listen. Too late now anyway, he said. Sasuke was already speaking. Including the rest of the arms? Naruto blinked. Then he hit himself over the head, while Kurama laughed. I may have forgotten about that part, Naruto muttered, looking away from his former enemy. Shut up. Sasuke smirked slightly. I have a few recommendations if you'd like, he offered. Naruto blinked and looked back up at him quickly, almost warily. If anything so far was out of character, it was this. Something was up. It wasn't just Kurama who had an odd feeling now. Still, for the moment, the blonde decided to run with it. All right, he said. Shall we meet after school at Training Ground 12? Sure, Sasuke nodded. Do you mind if Sakura comes along? I've been helping her with the taijutsu katas. Now Naruto was worried. What the hell? Sasuke never helped Sakura with anything last time. Not once. Well, maybe in the academy they'd been a little closer before Sakura started taking advantage of her position on the team to feed her fangirl's passion. But this much? Sure, said Naruto, keeping his thoughts back. Sasuke nodded. See you then, he said. Then, just as he turned away, the bell rang, calling them all back into class. A few hours later, Naruto was in the field of Training Ground 12, waiting for his teammates to arrive. This was not to say that he was just standing around, he was going through his exercise routines as he waited. He was in the middle of the core workout when Sasuke and Sakura arrived. Sasuke nodded at him as he entered while Sakura only glared at him for disturbing her time with her Sasuke-kun. Naruto stood up. Hey Sasuke, Sakura-chan, he said. Glad you got here. Sasuke, if you could show me the exercises you were going to recommend, I'll be out of here. He gave Sakura a quick, sidelong glance as he said this, causing her to blush. I can see I'm not particularly welcome. As he spoke, Naruto saw something odd in Sasuke's eyes, a curious tension, almost a confused look. Something was throwing Sasuke off. Well, Naruto was acting out of character, but the Uchiha shouldn't have known him well enough to be sure of that. Nonsense, said Sasuke, rolling his eyes. Logically, based on our test scores, we'll be on the same team when we graduate. If we all graduate, muttered Sakura, glaring balefully at Naruto, who gave no reply despite the pain in his heart. We will, said Sasuke flatly. And since we'll be on the same team, we should get acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Now Naruto was confused. Again, what the hell? This was not how Sasuke was supposed to be. What was going on? Well, when we traveled back in time, all of the random values were rerolled like dice, said Kurama slowly. It's possible that one such roll came up with the Uchiha intending to fulfill his goals through teamwork. The odds are long, though. Well, what else could it be? Naruto asked. That's the problem, grumbled the Kyuubi. I feel like I'm missing something obvious, and it's not making me happy. I don't mind telling you. Well, if you figure something out, let me know, Naruto told him. Aloud he said, and what if our exam scores change? I know I'm going to push a last-ditch effort and try to get out of last place. What if I manage it? And suddenly it struck Naruto just how very possible that was. An odd expression crossed Sasuke's face. Then I hope to have successfully helped you in your new team, he said simply. Now, Naruto, do you mind if we work on the taijutsu katas first? I don't know them, said Naruto. All the better. It's about time you learned, said Sasuke. About time? Naruto thought. I get the feeling we're missing something there, said Kurama. You don't say, Naruto replied caustically. Line break. As Sasuke led his two former teammates through the basic taijutsu katas, he contemplated the enigma that was his blonde friend. Even now, when he should have been open and readable as a book, he was confusing Sasuke in ways he could never have anticipated. First, Naruto was being tactful, well, not really. But he was reading emotions, and doing it correctly. If Sasuke had been told that Naruto had been capable of that before he came back from the training trip with Jiraiya, he'd have laughed in their face. Even afterward, Naruto hadn't been good at it. He'd only learned it recently. So what was he doing with that ability now, 5 years early? And then his entire character was off. He was too calm, too collected. At this point in their lives, Naruto had been the loudmouth prankster. Yet he seemed as mature as he'd ever been in the future. And the oddest thing was that Naruto seemed to be having reactions to his own similar changes in character. They hadn't known each other at this point hardly at all, but Naruto seemed familiar with his character far more so than Sakura, who'd only been concerned with his affections and not his temperament at this point. Everything was all wrong, and he couldn't think of a good reason for it, no matter how much he racked his brains. But Naruto made a good point. There was no guarantee that they'd be on the same team this time, or that Kakashi would be their sensei. Well, Sasuke would have to do something about that, wouldn't he? An idea began to form in his mind, and it continued to take shape all through the rest of their training session. The boy watched the trio that had once been Team 7 training together. In particular, he watched Sasuke and Naruto. They'd both already made their secrets plain in his eyes. They'd come from the future. Like he had. Beside him, his companion and friend said, "Well, at least we're not alone." "That's not certain," said the first. "Sasuke's a traitor, or he was. I really have no definite idea about what he's got planned." "Naruto will be on our side, though," said the second. "I don't see why you don't want to reveal us to him. We shouldn't even be keeping secrets from him by law. He is our Hokage, after all." "No, he's not," said the first flatly. "Not anymore, that's Sandaime-sama." "He's not the Hokage," corrected the second. "I didn't say he was. But he's our Hokage, and you know it." "Maybe," said the first after a moment's thought. "But even so, we can have a wider area of effect if we keep separate, reacting to each other instead of working as a single cell. If we reveal ourselves, he'll want to keep us close. We can't allow that, just as we need to keep separate ourselves, to change as much as possible. I've got the entire clan on alert, ready to fix anything that starts before it collapses." "Lucky you," replied his companion dully. "I don't have a clan that keeps track of the 5 sacred stars. They wouldn't believe me if I told them the truth, not yet." "Then don't," said the first. "Work alone for now. That's fine. Everything we do right is good. There's no need to try for everything." "Naruto-sama would disagree," said the second after a time. "Naruto's a fool," said the first. "No arguments there," said the second. "I've got to be going. Things to see to." "Got it," said the first. "See you later, Shino. You know the plan." Aburaim Shino nodded and leapt silently away among the trees. The other time traveler looked down at the clearing for a time longer, thinking. Naruto and Sasuke were trying to get their former strength back, Naruto in particular, as quickly as possible. An admirable goal. He'd have to get up off his ass a bit more if he wanted to keep up. "What a drag," he muttered. Then he shook his head. "So what?" he asked himself. "There's work to be done, and I'll see to it that it gets done right this time." He stood straight and gave Naruto a salute he knew the blonde wouldn't see. "ANBU Black Ops Agent Nara Shikamaru, codename Hawk, reporting in," he whispered. "Mission accepted, Hokage-sama." And he leapt away in silence. Chapter 5, Replay. Hokage-sama, said Nara Shikaku as he entered the office. The old man nodded at him as he entered. Shikaku-san, he greeted. I understand you have information of a delicate nature to share with me? Shikaku winced. You're half right, he muttered. I have delicate information, but as yet I can't share it, even with you, Hokage-sama. I beg of you to trust me on this. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. Then you have received some information that is too delicate to spread but which must be acted on, he determined. Shikaku nodded. Precisely, he said. Then by all means state your proposal, but I can promise nothing without further information, said the Hokage invitingly. The leader of the Nara clan nodded. Very well. He took a deep breath. The teams of graduating genin this year must be as follows. Team 7, under Hitaki Kakashi, consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Team 8, under Yuhi Kurenai, consisting of Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. And Team 10, under Sarutobi Asuma, consisting of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Chuji. The other teams, should any be present, may be assigned as you see fit, Hokage-sama. There was a moment of silence, and then the Hokage said quietly, Well, I certainly should have expected you not to mince your words, Shikaku. Shikaku looked down. The oddity and political incorrectness of the situation was getting to him, making him sloppy. My apologies, Hokage-sama. Don't apologize, the Hokage murmured, looking up at the ceiling. I often wish others were as direct as this. Suddenly one bright eye peered directly into Shikaku's own. And you can't tell me why this is important? No, Hokage-sama, said Shikaku quietly. Suffice it to say that my clan as a whole plays a vital part in this, and my son is right at the core. Hiruzen frowned. Your advice has normally given clarity, muttered the old man, but now all you're doing is muddling my understanding. Again, he added quickly, don't apologize. It must be important. The two sat in silence for a time. At length Hiruzen spoke. Very well. I will speak to the jounin in question. I will see to it that these teams are formed. They seem like wise formations in any case. Shikaku sighed in relief. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen just looked at him. Will there come a time when I can know what all of this is about? Shikaku looked back into his eyes and, in perfect honesty, shrugged. I don't know, he said simply. They aren't my secrets. The Hokage held his gaze for a moment longer, and then nodded slowly. Very well. You may go, he said. Shikaku bowed and left the office. As soon as he was out of the building, a voice came from his left suddenly. Well, how'd it go? Shikaku almost jumped. He'd never get used to this level of stealth. He turned to face the boy leaning against the wall. He agreed, he said simply. Good, said Shikamaru softly. I was worried I'd have to find some way to put him under a genjutsu. Thanks, Dad. You'd have put the Hokage under a genjutsu? Shikaku whispered, scandalized. This wasn't the son he knew. This goes above and beyond any one Hokage, said Shikamaru flatly. And he's not my Hokage anyway, as Shino says. I have only one Hokage. And would you care to tell me who that Hokage is? Asked Shikaku as the two of them began to walk homeward. No, said Shikamaru simply. I wouldn't. Why not? Asked Shikaku. You've trusted us with everything else. Shikamaru stopped dead and turned to look at him. There was a fire in the boy's eyes that Shikaku had never seen before, almost a fury. Because, he bit out, you, and all the rest of the clan, are just as much instruments of hate as every other person in this village. Shikaku blinked and stepped away from his son warily. Shikamaru had already demonstrated his power. He was now almost certainly the most dangerous member of the clan. What's that supposed to mean? He asked, bewildered. Shikamaru just turned away. I've said too much already, he stated flatly. There's enough in your hands to figure it out if you put your mind to it. Go ahead and try. With that, the boy continued on his way to the clan's compound. After a moment, Shikaku followed, mind already whirring. All right, everyone, settle down, said Irika loudly. The class was being incredibly rowdy today. Not much of a surprise, really. It was the day of the graduation exam, after all. After today, all of them would be ninja genin, but still fully fledged ninja. Well, hopefully all of them, he thought, looking over at Naruto for a moment before looking away again. He'd be lying if he said he was certain the boy could pass the exam. But after a moment he shrugged it off. Over the past month Naruto's improvement had been incredible. He was still at the bottom of the class, but if one counted only the area of sudden improvement, if one only considered the past month for all students, he was actually in the top 5 students. Iruka smiled to himself. No, he wasn't certain that this would work out for Naruto, but he was fairly confident. Everyone, please! The academy teacher cried. Settle down. It's time for the written exam. I'll pass them out. Don't flip them over until I give permission. Once I do, you'll have 20 minutes to finish. There are 10 questions. Iruka began to pass the test papers out. The questions weren't the hardest, but they were all practical application questions, the kind that were difficult if all you knew was theory. This was a hurdle designed to trip up those who studied only their classwork and never actually practiced physically. Once every student had a test, Iruka took his position at his desk. He picked up a small, brass mallet and held it up to a similarly small brass bell. All right, he said softly, playing on the children's emotions like a musical instrument. This part was always fun. Of course, there were some who just looked uninterested, Sasuke, Shino, and Shikamaru, for instance. Oddly enough, Naruto didn't look too excited either or panicked. He seemed to just be waiting. Begin! He cried. Ding! Went the bell. Naruto handed in his test in silence. It was astoundingly easy, really. He was sure he'd gotten at least 9 out of 10 correct. Sakura, he'd seen, had looked a little panicked, and no wonder. She'd always tried to work through books, but this test had been almost only about things one needed to really do the techniques to understand. Now, though, it was time for the practical exam. He wondered which jutsu it would be. In theory, since it was a random chance, it might well not be the clone jutsu this time. But honestly, he had a feeling. Now that the written exam is over, it's time for the practical exam, Iruka said over the students' babble. This year's jutsu is. He uncovered a paper on his desk. The clone jutsu. That Mizuki had rigged the exam. Of course. Naruto sighed. Even now he couldn't do the clone very well. He could manage 2 successfully. 3 or 4 were expected. He might be passed with low marks, but still. Then don't pass, said Kurama softly. Naruto blinked in shock. What? Mizuki used that trick to manipulate you, didn't he? Let him do it again, Kurama said. It'll give you an explanation for knowing the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shook his head. It's too risky, he said. The possibility that he won't give us that chance this time is too great. Leave that to me, Kurama grunted. If he won't do it, I'll genjutsu his face. That works, said Naruto in surprise. Good idea. Fine, I'll go for the half-clone. Good, said Kurama. And then Naruto's name was called and he stepped into the side room where Iruka and Mizuki sat at a desk. Iruka looked worried, and rightly. All right, Naruto, he said. Please perform the clone jutsu. Naruto nodded and formed a ram's seal with his hands, assuming all appearance of concentration. It wasn't all fake, either. He had to deliberately be just sloppy enough to get the terrible kind of clone he'd gotten the first time. Kurama was helping, but it was still difficult. When he felt ready, he released his chakra with the words, Clone Jutsu. And there beside him was the same fail clone as last time. Iruka looked over it for a moment, and then sighed. Naruto, I'm sorry, he whispered, but you fail. Naruto looked down, composing his features as best he could into a look of devastation. Come on now, Iruka, said Mizuki with the amiability Naruto now knew was false. This is his 3rd try. Can't we give him a bye this time? No, Mizuki, said Iruka firmly, sounding very unhappy. All of his classmates made at least 3 or 4 clones successfully. He's only made 1, and look at it. He pointed at the thing on the ground. It's pathetic. I can't pass him. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto just nodded wordlessly. This is really hard, he told Kurama. I suck at acting. Deal with it, muttered the fox. I'm working here. Ah, Naruto said. Mizuki? Yes, said the QB. I'm almost in his mind. From there I'll be able to decide whether or not a genjutsu is necessary. So shut up. Naruto wisely didn't reply. Sasuke stared at Naruto, who sat alone on the swings, looking down at his own feet, the only one who had failed. How could this have happened? Sasuke's whole spirit was burning with guilt. Had he somehow done this? Had his coming back in time caused Naruto to fail the exam? I told you he'd fail, said Sakura beside him, not even bothering about tact enough to keep quiet. Sasuke was sure Naruto heard, although the blonde gave no sign of it. He's such an idiot. It's better that he's not going to be a ninja. Sasuke turned his head and met her eyes, which widened in sudden terror. He was only leaking a tiny amount of killer intent, considering the massive amount he was capable of, especially considering how very much his impulsive side wanted to whip out the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and give the girl beside him a taste of Tsukuyomi. But still she was terrified. He forced down the power. You don't understand, he murmured, turning away from her. As Sasuke? She whispered in something like horror. Sorry, he muttered. I should have controlled myself better. It's okay. But, why does Naruto matter to you? She asked, bewildered. He's just a... Don't, Sasuke bit out. Don't try to tell me what Uzumaki Naruto is and isn't. I know all too well. But... Sakura began again. Stop, said Sasuke. Someday I'll explain everything. Someday you'll understand just what Naruto is. But not now. Right now I've got a big problem to fix, he added in his mind. Suddenly he saw Mizuki approaching Naruto, and his breath suddenly came easier. Of course, he thought in relief. The Mizuki incident. I'd forgotten. He decided that tonight he'd follow Naruto through his activities to make certain everything worked out the way it was supposed to. Who knew he might get a chance to see whatever infamous jutsu Naruto had famously used to take the third down. Now that was a curious point. He'd never actually heard what that jutsu was. He guessed it must be a very specialized jutsu, which was why Naruto hadn't used it more often last time. Still, it might be well to learn it. What is it, Sasuke? Sakura asked. What is it about Naruto that you know? Sometime, he said softly, when the three of us are in one place, try looking into my eyes, not at them but into them, to see me behind them, and then look into his. I think you'll see it then. Sakura's eyes followed him as he left the school grounds, making for the Uchiha compound. Shino stood among the other students, thinking on what he'd just seen. He stared after the Uchiha, who had just turned the corner out of the Aburame's sight. Uchiha Sasuke, missing Nin, formerly Genin of Konoha, his mind called back to the file in his old bingo book. The boy had cast off all emotions as thoroughly as any Foundation operative. He had turned against his friends, and clearly wanted nothing more than to kill Naruto. So what the hell was stopping him? Why hadn't he and Shikamaru been forced into action for the defense of their Hokage? What was Sasuke's game? Casually Shino sent a beetle off to hook onto Sasuke undetected. It would allow Shino to know what the Uchiha was doing the instant he was doing something particularly interesting. On a whim he sent 2 more ones so he could track the Sharingan bearer's position and the other to observe Sasuke further if the first came back to Shino to let him know about the boy's movements. With this done he made his way over to the Nara compound. He needed to report to his ANBU captain before he headed home. Chapter 6, Restart. You know, said Mizuki as he stood over Naruto, Irika's not against you. He'd have liked nothing more than to pass you. I know, mumbled Naruto, looking at his feet so the Chunin wouldn't see him, fighting back a grin. He remembered this from last time, and only now did he see what a fool Mizuki was. It's just... I really wanted to be a ninja, you know? There was a moment's silence, and then Mizuki said softly, well, given the circumstances, I suppose I can tell you. Naruto looked up, blinking in his best innocent child's face. Tell me what? He asked. Mizuki leaned down and whispered in his ear, there's another, more secret exam that students who failed the normal exam 3 times can still take. Naruto made his eyes widen in a passable imitation of surprise, and Mizuki was eating it up, so convinced was he of Naruto's idiocy. Really? Yes, murmured Mizuki. Now be quiet. If you want to be a ninja, you have to pass this exam. I warn you, It's hard. It's meant for people who failed the normal test but are still capable of becoming splendid ninja. Well, I'm going to be a splendid ninja, shouted Naruto, pretending to play right into the hands Mizuki was laying for him. Believe it! Sure, hissed Mizuki. Tonight at dusk your exam will take place. You have to steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office and meet me in the forest afterwards. By the time I arrive, you must have the scroll and have learned one jutsu from it. Do you understand? Yes, whispered Naruto, and his voice was ecstatic though not for the reasons Mizuki believed. Finally he was back in action. This had really been his first act as a ninja. Good, said Mizuki, straightening. Then I'll see you in the evening. He spoke with a smile, but his eyes were feral. Naruto smiled back, and his eyes were closed so Mizuki couldn't see the laughter in them. As the Chunin / soon-to-be missing Nin walked away, Naruto sent a thought to the Kyuubi. Well? Did you need a genjutsu in the end? No, said Kurama. Why? Naruto shrugged mentally. Just curious. Well, get going, Kurama told him. You've got things to do and quickly. The sun sets at 7. You have 4 hours. I know, replied Naruto. Calm down. There's not a lot of prep to do, really. Just gotta head home and eat something. At about 6:30 we'll head for the Hokage's office. Fine, said Kurama. I hope this works this time as well as it did last time. Naruto grinned. It will. Once a pervert, always a pervert. Sasuke grasped the exterior walls of the Hokage's office like a spider except with chakra. He was waiting for Naruto to make his appearance. The sun was setting now. It was exactly when Sasuke expected him to make his move. The Uchiha was using the chameleon jutsu to mask his presence, bending light around him. His Sharingan was out so that he could instantly observe and memorize whatever technique Naruto used. He still didn't fully understand why Naruto had never used a jutsu powerful enough to defeat the Sandaime Hokage on him, Sasuke, his most dangerous enemy, second to Madara. Still, he trusted he'd understand when he knew the jutsu. And then Naruto came into the office. Ah, Naruto, said the Sandaime, looking up from his paperwork at the boy. I heard about the exam. That was the last conscious thing he said. Naruto formed a ram's seal as Sasuke observed and cried out, Sexy jutsu. The Hokage fell backwards in his chair, blood flowing from his nose. Sasuke blinked, stared at Naruto for one instant longer. As chance would have it, his Sharingan took the opportunity to memorize every detail, and then he was sliding down the walls as his chakra control went haywire. Blood was flowing from his nose, though it wasn't in the explosive quantities of the Hokage's. Now he knew why Naruto so rarely used that technique all his life. Sasuke had never shown the slightest amount of interest in a female, or the female body. Fool, Sasuke thought as he hugged the walls of the building, unmoving. Luckily he managed to keep the chameleon jutsu up, though it had been a close thing. He was now using a strip of the gauze he always kept on him to stem the flow of blood from his nostrils. Naruto was really a fool, though. Does he not get it? Sasuke wondered. There's no such thing as a teenage male with no perversions to speak of. Well, and how would he have known? Naruto, for all of the comrades and friends he'd made who would die for him, and who he'd die for, had never had anyone who would teach him about puberty. 5 minutes after Naruto used the jutsu, Sasuke realized he still had the Sharingan active. He lowered it slowly. Unfortunately, this did not remove the mental images that his Sharingan had photographed. Sakura would be jealous of all the people whose female body would draw his attention. Sasuke had seen the just before. Once or twice, in their very early careers. But he'd been just a child then, no older than he was now, in fact. And more importantly, he had been focusing on his battle with the blonde, not on the blonde himself, or rather the blonde herself. And, even more significantly, this time he'd been using the Sharingan. It took him almost a full half an hour of meditation to clear his mind enough that he could walk home. Naruto laughed to himself as he hopped from rooftop to rooftop, making his way to the forest. The forbidden scroll was on his back, just as it had been the time before. This time, though, he intended to get everything on the dang thing learned. Once he'd reached a secluded part of the forest, he immediately began to read. First, of course, was the multi-shadow clone. It was forbidden because it took too much chakra for any but a chakra reserve specialist to hope to perform. Naruto had plenty of chakra, though more than even most of the best reserve specialists. Especially now, after having trained for years. After he'd read that technique through once to refresh his memory on the theory, he moved on to the second technique. He blinked at the name. It was clearly forbidden for the same reason. Multi-shuriken shadow clone jutsu, he thought. Getting faced with that must be like staring down a sharp wall with slots in it. He quickly read through that one. It wasn't hard to learn, since he already knew its brother. Then he turned his attention to the third jutsu. He blinked. Burning leaf hail? He thought. I wonder what that does. Soon he saw that it did exactly what it sounded like. The ninjutsu called down a storm of sharp leaves on fire from the sky. He quickly memorized the theory, but the technique was too dangerous to practice in the forest. It had been forbidden because, in addition to taking massive amounts of chakra, it was too destructive to be used in Konoha or anywhere around it without controlling factors. The fire was too likely to spread and burn everything down. Fortunately, Naruto knew a few basic water-style jutsu, so he'd be able to practice this one using shadow clones later. There were 2 more jutsu on the scroll, but as soon as he tried to start on the next one, he heard a telltale whistling from behind. He rolled, dodging the massive shuriken as it came towards him and embedded itself in the ground. Son of A, muttered Kurama. Mizuki found us first. Damn, said Naruto. Still, this should work out. Mizuki-sensei, he said aloud, not turning to face the jounin. Good to see you made it. Well, you seem confident, kid, said the Chunin's snide voice. Now I'll take that scroll and your life off of your hands, you miserable whelp. Give it a shot, by all means, said Naruto, turning to face the older man. I haven't had a good fight in weeks. Mitsuki tossed his second massive shuriken, and lightning quickly formed hand signs Ram, Ox. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. He shouted, and suddenly there were 10 massive shuriken bearing down on the boy, impossible to dodge. So he was already moving. He just tossed 2 shuriken of normal size and formed the same seals as Mizuki did. Multi-shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. He screamed. 1,000 small shuriken faced down the 10 larger ones. Mitsuki's shuriken were beaten away, 9 of them puffing into smoke, and he was still faced with several hundred shuriken. A moment later, a log loaded with blades fell to the ground. A substitution, of course, thought Naruto. They can never make it easy. Naruto made his way to the giant shuriken, pulled out a ready weapon scroll, and quickly sealed the tool into it. It might come in handy. Well, said Mizuki, clearly having recovered from his momentary stunning at Naruto's surprising skill. That's certainly a useful jutsu. It's in the scroll, isn't it? Why, yes, as luck would have it, said Naruto. It is. You know, it's generally unwise to give weapons to someone you want to kill. Those jutsu are supposed to take too much chakra to be really usable, said Mizuki cautiously. How are you managing it? He's at 2 o'clock, said Kurama. Let's scare him. Naruto grinned. His canines sharpened, and though he couldn't see it, his eyes grew red with slits for pupils. He turned in the direction Kurama had indicated and glared at where Mizuki was, grinning ferally, releasing some of the Kyuubi's chakra in killer intent. Do you really think, said Naruto, and his voice was raspier than normal, that the technique exists that takes too much chakra for the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yuko to use? Kyuubi no Kitsune, now, Kurama muttered. Yuko was when I didn't like you. Shut up now, furball, Naruto advised. Kami above! Screamed Mizuki, allowing Naruto to pinpoint his position. Demon! You are a demon! Nah, said Naruto with a feral grin as he body flickered to be right banged the Chunin. As Mizuki turned to face him, eyes wide in stark terror, he whispered, just a Jinchuriki that's good at his job. Mizuki flew into the clearing and crashed into the trunk of a tree, denting and cracking it with the force of Naruto's sidekick. Now Naruto body flickered again to be right in front of the Chunin. He allowed the killer intent to fade away as he looked down at the academy instructor. His canines shortened and his eyes once more became blue. You idiot, he said in the voice of a child again. You guys just don't think things through, do you? On the one side, you think I'm a demon plotting to destroy the lot of you. On the other, you think you can manipulate me and trot on me like dirt. It's amazing I didn't come out of it wanting to destroy the village. Iruka's arrived, Kurama told him suddenly. Let him listen, Naruto replied. I need him to understand. But you see, I'm neither an idiotic kid, nor a demon that wants to kill you all, Naruto continued his monologue, now aware of his second audience member. I'm a Jinchuriki Abija's jailer. The Kyuubi's power is a part of me. I am not an extension of it. And I will protect those who I care about with my life. Here he turned under Kurama's directions and looked at the place where Iruka hid among the leaves. You're among them, Iruka-sensei. He turned back to Mizuki, who was looking up at him in something like wonder. I've been trodden on by this entire village for my entire life. As a whole, it's hated me since the day of my birth, October 10th, the day of the Kyuubi's attack. But the way I see it, if you can afford to pay attention and hate the Jinchuriki among you, then it means you're safe enough that your attentions aren't focused outward. And I will willingly lay down my life alongside this village's ninja to keep that safety. But you, Mizuki, he sighed and sat down. Now he was working under Kurama's instruction, trying to manipulate Iruka. Your hatred's taken that chance from me. You knew I couldn't do the clone jutsu. So you rigged the exams so that I'd have to do it, and so fail. Now I can't fight for the village. Maybe this village will die because of it. Well, look at this, a technique from that scroll you had me steal. Naruto quickly formed the ram and ox seals in quick succession. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he said quietly, and suddenly there were 500 Narutos in the clearing. A little late for that now, though, I suppose, he muttered as, one by one, the clones dispersed. Stupid kid, muttered Mizuki, clearly trying to rise. He couldn't, though Naruto had broken a couple ribs, and Mizuki was a peacetime chunin. He didn't have the resilience and determination that ninja got in war. You think I care about this village? I never got attention for them either. Iruka always got it. People pitied him because he lost everything in the Kyuubi attack. Well, I was alone too, but no one cared about me. And that's the difference between us, Naruto countered softly. You reacted to just a lack of affection with hatred, while I reacted to pure hatred with love. So tell me, Mizuki, his eyes met the Chunin's and held his gaze, which of us is the better human being? Without waiting for an answer, he turned away. He took up the forbidden scroll from the ground and tossed it to Iruka, who had just leapt down from the trees and was staring at him with wonder and something like worship in his eyes. That'd fade, hopefully. Take that to Sandaime-sama, said Naruto. And send someone for the missing nin. He gestured at Mizuki. I'll guard him. Wait, said Iruka, walking up to him. There's something I need to do first. He put down the forbidden scroll and reached up to the knot of his headband, untying it. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. As your academy instructor, it is my honor to present you with the rank of Genin of Konohagakure no Sato. Take this headband as your badge of office. Naruto stared at the headband in Iruka's outstretched hand. I can't take your headband, he cried aghast. Iruka grinned at him. I'll get a new one. Just take it, you've earned it many times over. That happened last time, idiot, said Kurama dully. Oh, said Naruto sheepishly. My bad. With that he took the headband and tied it behind his head. Watch out, enemies of Konoha, he whispered, feeling the comforting cloth about his forehead. How he missed it. Naruto Uzumaki is coming for you. And this time, he swore silently, I won't screw it up. Chapter 7, Reformation. Sasuke sat rigid in his seat. Sakura had tried to talk to him, but he politely told her that he'd rather not talk right now, as opposed to the silent treatment he'd have given her last time. To say he was worried would be an understatement. Naruto wasn't late, technically, but it was traditional to be early to team assignments. Of course Naruto wouldn't know the first thing about tradition he hadn't last time, but the fear that maybe he hadn't passed as a result of the Mizuki incident was still there. There was a chance, after all. And then he was also afraid that the teams might be different. Though he didn't want to admit it, he wanted to be back on Team 7, his Team 7. With all his heart. But there was every chance that Sakura might wind up swapped with one of the other graduating kunoichi. He'd forgotten to do something about it. He'd been intending to go in after Naruto finished the Mizuki incident's chaos. But Sasuke almost blushed. He'd gotten distracted. And then Naruto stepped into the room. Sasuke allowed himself to relax somewhat. There was one crisis averted. The blonde was wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Still, With the teams he had to trust to luck. "What are you doing here?" Sakura asked their, hopefully, teammate to be loudly. "Only ninja are allowed here, only people who graduated." "Headband," grunted Naruto flatly. "See it?" "You probably stole it," grumbled Sakura. "Like anyone would have graduated you, especially since you failed 3 times. "Well, as you can see, someone namely Iruka-sensei did," Naruto answered dully. "So if you want to complain about who else is a ninja, a pointless exercise, by the way, talk to him about it. I'm sure he'd be gratified that you're second-guessing his decisions." Sakura glared at him. "I'd never second-guess Iruka-sensei except—" "Hello, everyone," said Iruka loudly as he entered the room, shutting Sakura up. Sasuke was relieved. He thought he might have to step in. "Well, you're all ninja now, not my students anymore. We're comrades now, not teacher and student. Not that we all don't call you sensei," thought Sasuke to himself. "Even Jounin called the academy teachers that. So this is the last time I'll address you in this classroom. And now I'll tell you who your next teachers, your Jounin sensei, will be, and who your classmates, your teammates, are. The teams this year are as follows." Sasuke braced himself for the worst. Under Sarutobi Asuma, Iruka read off of a list: Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Tsuji, and Yamanaka Ino. "Well, that doesn't make anything certain," Sasuke said to himself. "They wouldn't break the Ino Shikacho trio. This will form Team 10. Team 9 is still in action. Team 8 will consist Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, under the Jounin sensei Yohi Kurinai. Well, they wouldn't break up their tracker team, but it could still go wrong," Sasuke told himself. Then he blinked. Wait. No, it couldn't. And Team 7, Iruka finished as a grin started to appear thinly of Sasuke's face, will consist of Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hareno Sakura. They will be under the instruction of Hatake Kakashi. Naruto sighed in relief. The teams were the same good. He'd been worried he might have to go to drastic measures such as telling the third the truth about his time traveling. This way he'd still have an easy way to manipulate Sasuke to keep him loyal. "The Jounin will be arriving shortly," said Iruka, though Naruto thought he saw the teacher's eyes flicker over his team for an instant. Most of the Jounin, Naruto thought. Kakashi-sensei won't be here for a while. He was, of course, right. Asuma and Kurinai came almost at the same time, just 10 minutes after the teams were assigned, leaving the reborn Team 7 alone with Iruka. After an hour of waiting, even he made his excuses and left, saying that Kakashi would likely make an appearance within an hour. Which, of course, he would. Kakashi had a standard clock of about 2 hours lateness. "This is so stupid!" exploded Sakura after Iruka had gone. "Who does that Jounin think he is, making us wait this long?" "Hatake Kakashi," said Sasuke instantly as though reading a bio. "Former ANBU operative then dog. Son of Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha. Famed for being the apprentice of the Yondaime Hokage on his Genin team and for having a transplanted Sharingan Ijutsu, courtesy of his Kia teammate Uchiha Obito. This Sharingan has earned him nicknames and epithets such as Copy Ninja Kakashi or Sharingan Kakashi. He is also famed for a chronic lateness complex. 2 hours, usually." Naruto looked over at the Uchiha in surprise. Sasuke looked as expressionless as ever as he continued. "Hatake graduated from the academy at the age of 5 and was a Chunin at 6. At the time of his original graduation he became the private apprentice of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage." Oddly, Sasuke's eyes flickered to Naruto for an instant as he mentioned the Yondaime, almost as if he knew Naruto's heritage. At the age of 12, at the same time as his passing the Chunin exams, he gained 2 teammates, Uchiha Obito and the orphan Rin, whose clan name is Unkon. Since then, he has become the sole survivor of Team Minato, which, ironically, his eyes flashed as he looked between the two of them, was that generation's Team 7. Naruto stared at him in amazement. Sasuke shouldn't have known half of that. It wasn't classified except for Kakashi's former ANBU designation, all of that was open to any Konoha citizen. But Sasuke hadn't known last time. Why would he? Who looked into their own village's Jounin files, after all? Yet he knew this time. He even knew Kakashi's classified ANBU name. How? Why? What was going on? And that led to the matter of the Uchiha's sudden desire to train with those who he'd extrapolated would be his teammates. The old Sasuke had, at this time, felt that teamwork was totally beneath him, that his teammates would slow him down. This time he seemed to feel quite the reverse, and he was training with Naruto and Sakura twice every week. Sakura was staring at her crush. "How did you know all that?" she whispered, seeming on the verge of swooning. Sasuke shrugged. "I wanted to figure who my sensei would be. He's got a Sharingan, it's only natural that the Hokage would put me, the only Uchiha left in the village, and my team, under him." "While we're on the subject," Naruto said, "how did you know we'd be on your team?" "The Ino-Shikacho trio is a tradition Team 10's father started," said Sasuke. "The three of them were set to be teammates from the beginning. The Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans are all tracker specialists. The logical thing would be either to scatter them to be completely separate, or to put them all in one squad. However, since the Ino-Shikacho trio was already full, they couldn't be scattered, so Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were stuck together. Then you," here he pointed at Naruto and then himself, "and I are following another tradition of putting the graduating students of lowest and highest scores together in one team. That left Sakura to be our teammate and resident Kunoichi." Naruto nodded. This was in perfect agreement with the reasons he'd long ago decided the Sandaime had for forming precisely these teams. "And of course we get the perpetually late Jounin," muttered Sakura. "I bet he won't come at all, to avoid Naruto." Here she glared at the blonde. Her dislike towards him seemed even greater this time. Perhaps his suddenly not asking her out was subconsciously throwing her off balance, or perhaps it was the way he no longer exuded idiocy that was irking her. He'd heard of stranger things. "I doubt it," said Sasuke easily, leaning back in his chair. After a moment he sat up. "Given the circumstances," he said quietly, "would anyone care to join me in pulling a prank on our dear sensei?" Sakura spluttered in indignation, but Naruto was sure that in her heart she loved the idea. Sasuke wasn't looking at her though. His eyes were fixed on the resident prankster king of Konoha. Naruto grinned. "Let's see how elaborate we can make it, shall we?" Kakashi stood before the memorial stone. He wasn't talking, he'd already given Obito his morning report, but that never took longer than 15 minutes. The rest of the 2 hours every day he always just stood there in front of the engraved rock, or sat beside it. Just keeping Obito company. His 2 hours were almost up now, though, and he should probably be going to the academy. "Well, Obito," he murmured, "I've got to be going. Sandaime-sama already won't be happy I've kept the kids waiting. I feel a little guilty about it, actually, since one's your cousin? Relative? And another's Minato-sensei's son. Still. No favoritism, you know? Why should they get special treatment?" He laughed quietly. "Can't go ruining our reputation, can I?" He turned away. "I'll be back tomorrow if I survive the day," he said. He'd long since learned not to take even day-to-day survival for granted. If not, well, I'll see you later. Bye, Obito. See you, Rin, Minato-sensei. With that he hopped into the trees and made his way back to Konoha. Well, here goes nothing, he thought dully. With luck, I'll be able to just flunk them in the belt test, and then I'll be able to operate solo again. They'll get another year in the academy, get a new Jounin-sensei, and everyone ends happy. He couldn't really work up conviction in the thought, though. It was, after all, a team containing Minato's son and Obito's last living kin, if you didn't count Itachi. More importantly, though, there was a happy-go-lucky prankster with a bad familial situation, a serious kid who lost his family young, and a girl with a fangirlesque crush on the latter of the two boys. And it was numbered 7. The Sandaime might as well have screamed it at him. But I'm not Minato-sensei, thought Kakashi sadly, and I never will be. And then he was in front of the academy doors. He sighed, opened them and entered. He made his way up a couple flights of stairs until he reached the 3rd floor where his new students were likely grinding their teeth with impatience. That, at least, would be gratifying. As he opened the door, which was already cracked slightly, he was already aware of the eraser above it. He didn't bother to dodge, it wouldn't hurt him, and they might underestimate him, which would only help his cause. The eraser landed on his head. He looked down at it on the floor, but at the lack of laughter caused him to look back up almost instantly. Minato's son was grinning widely, the Uchiha had a strange, intent look in his eyes, and the girl seemed to have a facial expression halfway between horror and hysterical amusement, and looked undecided as to which to place on her features. All 3 of them, though, had their attention on something behind him. He turned. A mallet swung down from above the door and smacked him on the brow. He stepped backward right into a bar that had lowered from the ceiling. At the same time, he tripped a wire which launched dulled Waden shuriken at him from the walls. To avoid this, he was forced to step backward, deeper into the room, where his feet were suddenly stuck in some jutsu-created slime. At this point, a bell of some kind lowered from above to surround his head in copper. Suddenly, the bell was being hit by mallets on the outside, and the ringing gave him a headache. Then the bell rose up, and just as the jutsu holding his feet down faded, he was whacked square between the eyes by a mallet. Some kind of ninjutsu had been used to give it extra knockback strength, and he took a step back, tripped over a rope, and fell on his back, right at the feet of the blonde son of his former sensei. Uzumaki Naruto stood over him for a moment, looking down on the somewhat humiliated and thoroughly headache-ridden jounin before declaring, "And that is why you should be on time to our team meetings from here on, Kakashi-sensei. You're dealing with the prankster king." Chapter 8, Revelation. Kakashi stared up at Naruto, face carefully blank. One part of his mind was saying, that trap was really quite advanced for genin, the separate layers and all of the forced movement show a serious aptitude. Another screamed, "Little bastards! What the hell was that for?" And the third and final portion was yelling, "I like these kids! Best prank ever!" "My first impression of you three," said Kakashi as he stood, "You're mean. Come outside." With that, he body flickered out of the room. 3 minutes later, the trio of kids stepped out onto the balcony where he awaited them. "Now," he said flatly, "since we're going to be on a team, we should get to know each other. Why doesn't each of you tell me a little about yourselves, your names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams, etc.? The Uchiha began immediately, a bit of a surprise, given what Kakashi had heard. He was supposed to be a recluse. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke," said the boy. "I don't like many things, and I dislike a lot. My main hobby is training. I don't have a dream that implies a possibility of failure." "Ah," thought Kakashi. "Now we turn to the Avengers complex. He's going to go on about how he'll kill Itachi." But the Uchiha surprised him. "My goal I will attain is to atone for my sins. I will be redeemed." Kakashi blinked. That wasn't the dream of a fresh genin. What kinds of sins could he have committed? "That's my cue," said the blonde, looking with a strange, disbelieving face at the Uchiha beside him. "My name's Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen and people who like me. I dislike people who don't like me, especially a certain bastard in an orange mask." Kakashi distinctly saw Sasuke's fist clench, and the Uchiha's eyes widened a fraction. What was going on? Naruto's eyes seemed to have picked up on it in peripheral vision too, for his eyes had narrowed in an almost triumphant look. "My hobbies include training, mostly, like Sasuke. And also like Sasuke, I don't have a dream, I have a goal. I will defeat the man in the orange mask. I will finish the fight that I have fought for too long." What the hell? Kakashi thought. These two kids are not acting like genin. Sandame-sama needs to hear about this. That's my turn, I guess. The girl now began, seeming slightly intimidated, and no wonder if Kakashi'd had a team like this as a genin, he too would have had trouble avoiding a feeling of inferiority. "I'm Harino Sakura," she said. "I like." She broke off, with a glance at Sasuke and a giggle. "Me," grunted the Uchiha, making her blush. "Sakura, if you're going to have a chance, then you have got to do something about this ridiculous fangirl infatuation." No kidding, thought Kakashi, looking at her dully. That would be a problem. At least Sasuke seemed to have quite good tolerance. She looked sheepish, face red, as she continued. "Sorry, Sasuke. Anyway, my dreams?" "Avoid that one," said Sasuke quickly. "We can guess." Again, no kidding, agreed Kakashi mentally as Sakura blushed. "Okay," she started again. "My hobbies." And again she broke off, glancing at Sasuke and giggling. "Spying on me, training with me, stalking me, whatever suits her at the time," said Sasuke dully. Naruto was grinning oddly, looking at the two of them, and Sasuke sent him an equally strange glare. Clearly Naruto was internally laughing at some inside joke at Sasuke's expense. Next thing. "Well, my dislikes are idiots like Naruto," Sakura shouted, sending the blonde a death glare. Naruto just waved it off, rolling his eyes. "Well, that's like molasses on open clockwork," thought Kakashi dryly. Naruto and Sasuke seem perfectly able to operate as a team, but Sakura seems absolutely determined to rip apart any team cohesion. That may be a problem. Still, he added as an afterthought, there are 2 bells. All right, he said. That's it for today's meeting. Tomorrow is your exam. What? Sakura asked loudly. We just completed our graduation exam. And did you think that was all? Kakashi asked, raising his one visible brow. He always enjoyed this part. The kids were always so startled, and often looked absolutely devastated. Although, admittedly, neither Naruto nor Sasuke even looked surprised and Sakura didn't seem worried. She was supposed to have an IQ of almost 150, he remembered. Exams were never any trouble for her. He decided to frighten her a bit. The ninja world doesn't rely on the theories you read in books, Sakura, he said. You've had your theoretical exams. You've proven you can perform the techniques to apply them. But now, he treated her to a nice smile. It's time to be tested on your ability to perform in a real situation, your combat exam, if you will. Naruto and Sasuke still didn't look fazed, but now the girl was worried. I'll see you tomorrow at Training Ground 3, he told them. And then, pretending that it was an afterthought rather than a carefully planned part of the test, he added, oh, and I advise you not to eat breakfast. His eyes roved over the 3 of them, or you'll puke. With that said, his body flickered away. As soon as Kakashi was gone, Sasuke turned to Sakura. Eat breakfast, he told her flatly. Maybe a light one, but enough to tide you over in the event of missing lunch. What? She blinked at him in shock. But he said. He advised, Naruto said, grinning. He's planning something to do with not letting us eat lunch. Sakura glared at him. How would you? I agree, Sasuke interrupted. He and Naruto seemed to be having some kind of silent conversation over her head. Really, Sakura? Eat something before showing up tomorrow. All right, she said, blinking. Then she brightened. Speaking of eating, would you? No, I won't go eat with you, Sakura said Sasuke flatly, just glancing at her for a moment before turning his attention back to Naruto. Especially not now. Naruto and I need to talk. Oh? She said, looking down. Why does Sasuke pay so much more attention to Naruto than to me? She lamented. I know he said he wasn't gay, but… And I'm still not gay, Sakura said Sasuke as if reading her thoughts. She looked up at him, startled. He was still staring at their blonde teammate, who had a strange, amused grin on his face as Sasuke glared at him. Believe me, he said, looking at her properly. You have a much better chance of getting my affection than he does. But there are deeper bonds. Things that mean more to me than infatuation or sexual orientation. And because of that, here he turned back to the blonde, Naruto and I need to talk. She blinked. This was unusually wordy for Sasuke. Oh, okay. Well, goodbye then, Sasuke-kun. Bye, he said, then hesitated for a moment before adding, Sakura-chan. She practically skipped home. Naruto grinned at Sasuke as they walked side by side through the village towards the Uchiha compound. Sasuke had invited him over for dinner to catch up. Sakura-chan? He asked, amused. You have changed, Sasuke-team. I should hope so, said Sasuke flatly. He looked sidelong at Naruto. So have you, he said softly. I should hope so, the blonde quipped with a grin. Sasuke actually smiled. I didn't realize. He murmured, and then he shook his head. Come on. Let's save it for dinner. Naruto nodded. Do you have ramen? He asked without much conviction. It was mostly just a standard placeholding thing to say to fill up the space. No, said Sasuke dully. Damn, Naruto shrugged. Worth a shot. Once they'd reached Sasuke's home in the Uchiha compound and had a small meal set, both had helped cook. Politeness was a long-lost luxury between a duo such as them. The real conversation began. So, began Naruto, putting down his chopsticks for a moment. Sasuke followed suit. I think we're in the same boat. 5 years in the future? Yeah, said Sasuke. I learned the jutsu through Shikaku in the demonic statue of the outer path. Speaking of which, he added, as though having just remembered something. I brought Gaara through too. Gaara? Naruto asked, laughing. Well, what do you know? Now that will make for some interesting Chunin exams. Sasuke nodded. So I assume you learned the jutsu through the Kyuubi? That's right, Uchiha, said Kurama, projecting his thoughts outward so Sasuke could hear him. And while we're on the subject, he added, I feel you should know, traitor, that you haven't acquitted yourself in my eyes. You've got a long way to go, Kinslayer. Sasuke winced. Shut it, furball, Naruto snarled. No need to be a bastard. He's here, isn't he? No, he's right, said Sasuke quietly. Well, Kyuubi, he began, looking at Naruto but speaking to his tenant. You don't trust me, and rightly. Well, I promise you. Suddenly his Sharingan was out and the three of them were in the sewer of Naruto's mind, and Sasuke was staring at Kurama in his cage as Naruto watched. I promise you, said Sasuke, meeting the fox's eyes with his red ones. I will be this time what I should have been last time. I will be a companion, a comrade, but more than that I'll be a friend. I will guard my Hokage with my life, but more importantly, I will be his brother in a sea of hatred, his friend among his enemies. This I swear to you, Kyuubi, on my Sharingan eyes. If I break my oath, those eyes are yours. Kurama stared at Sasuke for a moment. I don't trust you, he told the Uchiha finally. And I don't accept your oath. Keep your damnable eyes. But you have earned my respect, young Sasuke, and although I don't trust you, I'm willing to extend you a chance to earn my trust. Then the fox's eyes flared. Don't screw it up. Don't worry, Sasuke grunted, and then they were back in the dining room of Sasuke's house. I already did that once. I'm not doing it again. Good, muttered Kurama as his consciousness retreated to his cage. As he left, Naruto muttered, Now I know how you feel, with fangirls fighting over you all the time. I thought you said you weren't gay. I'm not, Sasuke told him. Bastard. Naruto grinned. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're officially ANBU now, he said. And you pretty much confirmed it all that protect the Hokage crap. You weren't even listening to the rest, were you? Sasuke deadpanned. Nah, I was, said Naruto easily. But what stuck was you acknowledging me as Hokage. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. It's good to be back, he murmured. Naruto's grin softened strangely, becoming an uncharacteristically small smile which was more genuine than any of the big grins he'd worn as a child. It really is, isn't it? Do you want to stay over tonight? Sasuke asked him quietly. Sure, said Naruto, smile widening but still retaining that strange, genuine quality. I'd like to. Sasuke just nodded and they finished eating in silence. After they both had their stomachs filled, they began to talk again. Not about anything as serious as before, not about trust, or betrayal, or Itachi, or the Uchiha, or Madara, or Konoha. They talked about their experiences, just swapping tales of the various adventures they'd had. They kept it up long into the night, until all the village was blanketed in darkness except for a few rooms here and there, the room they were in being among them. They chatted until midnight passed, and it was no longer night but early morning, and then they set up a mattress for Naruto beside Sasuke's bed upstairs and laid down, preparing for sleep. As they lay in the darkness, feeling a companionship they hadn't known in years, perhaps they'd never really known it, Naruto spoke. Hey, Sasuke? Yeah, the Uchiha's face looked over the side of the bed to meet his gaze. You remember I swore to bring you back to Konoha? Naruto asked softly. Of course, said Sasuke with a small smile. You never could recognize a lost cause. Naruto smirked at that, but then his face grew serious again. I just wanted to ask, he said quietly, did I succeed? Sasuke seemed to consider for a moment, his eyes gazing at the ground, and then he looked back at his oldest friend, perhaps his only one, with a slight grin. I guess you did, he said. A smile spread over Naruto's face, wider than any before it during the night and more genuine than any two of them together. Good, he whispered, closing his eyes. He felt more at peace than he had in years. He'd fulfilled his oath. Good night, Naruto, said Sasuke as he rolled back over to lie on his back. Good night, Sasuke, murmured Naruto, and then he was asleep. Chapter 9, Reconstruction. Sakura sat, bored and annoyed, on a stump in Training Ground 3. She'd come on time like everyone was supposed to and had now been waiting for 15 minutes for anyone else to show up. Naruto wasn't here, Kakashi wasn't here, even Sasuke was late. She hugged her knees, thinking about Sasuke. After all, what better way was there to pass the time? He called me Sakura-chan, she thought, her mind drifting back to the previous day. She'd been thinking about it on and off all of the evening, and now all morning. Eat that, Ino pig. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, she felt slightly guilty. Was that all Sasuke was to her? Something to compete with Ino over? She shook her head firmly. No, she thought. Of course not. But somehow she was having difficulty convincing herself. Then, suddenly, her brooding was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Sasuke, who sat down on the stump at her right. At the same time, Naruto seated himself on Sasuke's other side. Sasuke-kun! She cried, blushing in surprise. There you are! I was worried! Then she looked past him, glaring at Naruto. You idiot, Naruto! Why were you so late? Naruto didn't even answer, he just looked up at the sky, sighing. Kami, he muttered, if I ever understand the mind of a fangirl, please strike with lightning or something. She continued, but then Sasuke spoke and she turned to look at him. It was my idea, he said. I asked Naruto to help me with this. Here. And he handed her a small, covered tray of Anko dumplings. Her eyes widened in shock. Anko dumplings were one of her favorite foods. But how had he known? As though detecting her thoughts, Sasuke said, Naruto thought you'd like it. You'd be surprised at what he knows about you. No need to make me sound all stalkerish, Sasuke, said Naruto easily, sliding off of the log and lying down on the grass, watching the two of them. That's her job. Sakura almost shrieked at him for that. Almost. But after all, he'd known somehow that she loved these dumplings and he told Sasuke to get them for her. Thanks, Sasuke-kun, Naruto, she said with a smile. We figured, in case you hadn't eaten a big breakfast which, knowing you haven't, Naruto said, you might need a little more. Sakura almost screamed at him again, but in the end, he was right. She sighed and just bit into one of the dumplings. Her eyes widened. Where did you get these? She asked after swallowing quickly. They're delicious. Sasuke grunted and turned slightly away, but Naruto, grinning, said Sasuke insisted we make them ourselves since he had some soaked beans ready anyway and wasn't in the mood for a bean dish tonight. Wouldn't have had the time, anyway, grunted Sasuke, 'cause you and I are going to be sparring all evening if I have any say. Her eyes widened and she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you made these for me? It was mostly Naruto, said Sasuke in a monotone. For all his faults, the idiot knows how to pound dough into submission. And you have no say, Sasuke, chuckled Naruto. Shut up, idiot, grunted the Uchiha. We're sparring. Do I detect, gasped Naruto in mock astonishment, a hint of arrogance? In an Uchiha? I couldn't be. Do I detect, quipped Sasuke without any change in tone, a hint of sarcasm in an Uzumaki? Ah, screw it, laughed Naruto. I could own you any day of the week. For words, Naruto, said Sasuke flatly. Valley of the End. Naruto sat up, glaring with mock anger at Sasuke and poking him in the forehead. Circumstance, he said loudly. For a moment Sasuke didn't reply, touching the spot in the center of his forehead where Naruto's fingers had met his face. Then he smiled slightly. Nah, he said. You're just eminently destructible. All this while Sakura had simply sat beside them, just watching them banter as she ate the dumplings. They seemed far more at ease with each other now than they had even yesterday. It was almost inspiring Sasuke, the prodigy, so at ease with the class clown. They seemed to have known each other for years. And they'd worked together to make her this. It warmed her heart in ways quite separate from the fact that it was Sasuke doing it though that did make her heart flutter. When did you two become such good friends? She wondered, and then realized she'd spoken aloud. She blushed slightly at the realization. Sasuke turned to her. I'd tell you if I knew, he said. Naruto laughed. But really, either of us does. I for one have no idea when we stopped hating each other and became friends. That's what we were talking about yesterday, Sasuke said, glancing at the blonde. We needed to get something straight. Speaking of which, Sakura, his coal black eyes looked into her green ones. We need to establish something, all three of us, before Kakashi gets here. Sakura looked at him. So did Naruto. Sakura, he started, I know you don't like Naruto. No kidding, muttered Naruto. This time Sakura really did glare at him and was about to yell when Sasuke intervened. "Shut up, moron," he snarled, though without real anger. "This is more important than your bruised ego. Anyway, Sakura," he turned back to her, "I know you don't like him, and I can definitely understand. Hey! But we're a team of genin now," Sasuke finished, ignoring Naruto's outburst. "Our success depends, above all else, on our team. Every day from here on, for as long as we're in a squad, your life is in Naruto's hands, as well as mine. His is in ours. Mine in both of yours. We need to depend on one another fully and completely. We can't afford enmity. We can't afford favoritism. You can't value my life over Naruto's in the slightest. I can't value either of yours over the others. Naruto has to hold us both in equal value. And above all," he looked her to Naruto and back at her, "we must complete one another in battle. We have to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and protect and be protected in turn. We have to work together from now on. Naruto and I have agreed to this. Can you promise to?" She blinked, averting her eyes slightly. Value Naruto as equal to Sasuke? She thought. I couldn't. I can't. Then, unexpectedly, Naruto spoke. "I'd like to make one revision." Sakura and Sasuke both turned to him. "Sakura, no one will blame you for valuing Sasuke's life over mine," he told her, blue eyes boring into green. "But what he means, I think, is that you can't seek his attention over mine. In other words, no more fangirl fawning." Sasuke nodded, and then, seemingly unable to contain himself, added, "Please." Sakura stared at him, blinking. "Is it that bad?" she asked quietly. He grimaced slightly. "Honestly?" he murmured. "You have no idea." She stopped, unsure of what to say. "I'm sorry, Sasuke," she finally said, head bowed. Then her neck straightened and she looked from one to the other of her two teammates. "All right," she said firmly. "I promise." "Then I vote that in honor of the fact that both we and our dear sensei's team seemingly needed this agreement, from what I've heard," said Naruto, "that we call this oath the Covenant of Team 7, or Team 7's Covenant." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "You always did love the dramatic," he muttered. "Oh, you're one to talk, Mr. I Can Swing My Sword-san," laughed Naruto. "Maybe," grumbled Sasuke, "but you really suck at it." "Arrogance again, Red Ice," said Naruto, still laughing. "I like it," Sakura interjected suddenly. And she did. Sasuke and Naruto both fell silent, looking at her, and then the Uchiha sighed. "Fine," he muttered. 2-1. Motion passes. "What?" asked Naruto jokingly. "Not going to try to put in the Uchiha votes count for 3? "Nah," grunted Sasuke. "One should always practice what one preaches." "Oh?" quipped the blonde. "I thought Uchiha were exempt from that too. Your clan is full of surprises today, Sasuke." "Bastard," growled the black-haired genius, but there was a slight smile on his face. Sakura smiled slightly as she watched them swap joking insults. I could get used to this, she decided. Kakashi leapt down into the training grounds to find the kids doing something he never have expected, given what he knew about their reputations. They were swapping jokes and laughing, or at least grinning slightly in Sasuke's case. There seemed to be no animosity between them to speak of. Sakura seemed somehow perfectly at ease with Naruto, and didn't seem as flustered by Sasuke's presence as she had been. They seemed to have managed to iron out their differences somehow. Admirable, if only his team could have done the same. "You're late, Hatake-san," called Sasuke as he spotted him. The Uchiha stood and started over to him. His teammates followed suit. "Please call me Kakashi-sensei," said the Jounin. "If you're going to be my genin team, you should at least act like it." "If you have it your way, we're headed straight back to the academy or out of the ninja program after this," said the Uchiha easily. "I'd rather act like that until this is over one way or another, Hatake-san." Kakashi outwardly kept himself unchanged in expression, but he was suddenly worried. A genin shouldn't know this much about him. Then a chilling thought struck him: how much more did he know? Kakashi liked his secrets kept. "If you deserve to be ninja," Kakashi said, opting for the cryptic, "then you'll be ninja. But whether under you remains to be seen," said Sasuke, finishing the Jounin's thought perfectly. "Don't worry, Hatake-san, we'll show you what we're worth." Somehow, Kakashi didn't have too much trouble believing him. Well, if you're to do that, listen up, he said flatly. The test is as follows. I hold these. He drew out the 2 silver bells with which Minato had tested his team long ago. Even he, 6 years at Chunin, hadn't managed to grab one from the famous Yellow Flash. It was ironic that now he was testing the man's son in the same way, or perhaps it was more than coincidence. To pass and become ninja, you must take one of these bells from me, he said. Sakura blinked. But Kakashi-sensei, she said. There are only 2 bells. Kakashi smiled at her with his eye. Correct, Sakura, he said, laughing inwardly. They were so easy to play on it was like plucking the strings of a shamisen, although, admittedly, Kakashi had never touched a shamisen. There are only 2 bells, he said. So you see, no matter what happens, one of you will fail this exam. Sakura's eyes widened, but Kakashi didn't miss the look the 2 boys shared behind her. What was with them? At noon, if I still have any bells, we stop for lunch, he said, thinking on the foolishness of any genin who thought he wouldn't still have a bell by noon. Anyone who, by then, hasn't captured a bell doesn't get lunch. Probably all of them, he thought. That's how it's always wound up. After lunch you can try again until the evening. Are we clear? The 3 potential genin all nodded. Good, he said. Now, one piece of advice. He looked here at each of them in turn. I can promise you, none of you will ever get one of these bells unless you come at me with the intention to kill. Do you understand this? But sensei, we might hurt you, Sakura wailed. Sasuke snorted before Kakashi could reply. Doubtful, he said flatly. He's a jounin, Sakura. We'll be lucky to get 1 bell, let alone both. Kakashi nodded. Listen to your teammate, Sakura, he said. And with that, he pulled out his copy of Ika Ika Paradise and began to read. This test has officially begun. He smiled to himself. Chapter 10, Reevaluation. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered the deflated ego he'd gotten last time they'd gone through this. Well, this time he knew the secret. He'd show Kakashi. He beckoned both of his teammates over. They came and the 3 of them huddled together. All right, said Sasuke. I think I get the trick. Naruto nodded slowly. Teamwork, right? We have to put aside our own interests for the interests of the group. Sasuke nodded, meeting Naruto's eyes. They'd agreed to keep everything secret from Sakura for the time being. The former Hokage was a much better actor than Sasuke would have expected, knowing him. But then what about the bells? Sakura asked. Who'll get them? Screw the bells, Sasuke snarled. If I'm right, they don't matter in the slightest. What matters is that we work together. Sakura, you're our best mind, got a plan? Sakura blinked, blushing slightly, taking his words as a compliment rather than what they were, a statement of fact, and then shook her head to clear it. Well, she said, thinking. Naruto's a taijutsu expert, right? Naruto nodded. I've got the Shadow Clone and Shuriken Shadow Clone jutsus, as well as all of the basic ninjutsu in the academy besides the standard clone. I also have one wide area technique, but it's too dangerous to use in a forest. Sasuke looked at him in surprise. Fire style? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah. I'll explain later. Anyway, that's all the ninjutsu I have. No genjutsu. I can charge him with shadow clones, barrage him with shuriken shadow clones, or anything else you need. I can make hundreds of each. Sakura's head whipped around to face him. Hundreds? She asked. Yeah, said Naruto. I can do about 500 shadow clones and 1,000 shuriken shadow clones at once. I can't do that kind of thing too many times, though. Chakra tank, muttered Sasuke. No kidding, Sakura said, staring at their blonde teammate. All right. Sasuke, what ninjutsu have you got? My best is the fireball jutsu, said Sasuke. I've mastered all of the academy basic techniques. I can dispel genjutsu as long as he's not going all out. Naruto can too, just not as well. Naruto nodded. I'm not quite as good as he is in taijutsu, just because his fighting style is ridiculously unpredictable, like a mashup of every form imaginable. I'm much better at shuriken jutsu. Sakura nodded. I'm definitely our team's weak link in combat, she said slowly. At least for now. All right. Her eyes closed as she considered, and Sasuke was reminded very strongly of Shikamaru. Then her eyes opened after a couple minutes. All right, she said. Naruto, you get the memories of your shadow clones, don't you? Naruto nodded. Yep. Dead useful. All right, said the kunoichi with a nod. Naruto, I want you to get us about 200 shadow clones. Get 12 of them and use transformation to get them to look like teams of us 4 of them. The 5 teams will scatter through the forest, with the clones looking like they're going separately. Once the first of these team clones is dispersed, they'll form back into squads. While the teams get away, your army of clones will fight Kakashi as long as they can. And keep one clone separate from everything to tail him constantly. We need to know whenever he lays a trap. With me so far? Naruto's mouth moved silently as he cleared everything in his head. Then he nodded. All right, continued Sakura. Now, as soon as your army is dispersed, start sending in the team clones, first just one, then team by team. When they've all gone down, make another army and send them at him. This'll wear him down. And I know exactly what we can do to finish it. Naruto exclaimed quietly, so Kakashi couldn't hear. I have one other jutsu. Trust me on this one, Sakura. You won't like it, but it works. If it doesn't totally incapacitate him, then Sasuke should come overhead with a downward fireball, and my clones will have set up immobilizing traps all around the clearing. This should work. Save your special jutsu, though, Sakura decided. Leave it as an ace in the hole in case it doesn't. Okay. I think we're ready. Whenever, Naruto. Kakashi was still reading. They'd been inactive for a surprising amount of time. They were actually planning as a team. Amazing. Then, multi-shadow clone jutsu, yelled the small Minato lookalike. Humph. Kakashi looked up to see himself surrounded by a couple hundred shadow clones, all looking like Naruto. Well, he said quietly, putting his book away and standing up straight. This should be a lot of fun. And then they attacked. Lesson 1, Kakashi said, taking a combat stance. Taijutsu. His palm came out and was swept aside by a clone's forearm. At that instant, a roundhouse got him in the ribs. There was a lot of force behind it. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. All right. He had to get serious. The kid was surprisingly good at taijutsu, Kakashi had to give him that. He was also much stronger than he'd have expected. Still, Kakashi was a jounin. He was better. Kakashi began to spin, deflecting strike after strike with lightning speed and taking out one clone at a time. He was tempted to use his Sharingan to learn a bit about whatever style Naruto was using, but this was, after all, only a genin exam. It wasn't worth it. He caught a Naruto's fist and swung the clone around, taking out all the clones in a 4-foot ring around him. Then he leapt up, swinging his legs in a double hook kick, taking out several more. As more came towards him, he blocked one's punch while kneeing another in the gut. His other hand speared another in the throat. Then he whirled, blocking 2 strikes and taking out 4 clones with a crescent kick. One by one the clones went down, but he was sustaining hits too. He was already starting to bruise on his ribcage where that first strike had landed, and he'd taken 2 ridge strikes to the right side of his neck, as well as a bruise on the outside of his left thigh, a close block he'd managed when the boy had gone in for a low blow. Eventually, though, it was over. Kakashi was slightly bruised, but it wasn't too bad. He'd still give any jounin a run for his money, and the genin were no more of a problem now than they'd started. Then, suddenly, he heard a whisper of shuriken coming at him through leaves. He jumped into a roll out of the way. When he came up, Sasuke leapt down into the clearing. Murmured Kakashi. I thought you 3 were working together. A mistake, grunted the Uchiha. I shouldn't have let that idiot try to fight you. He quickly pulled out several kunai and held them in a defensive position. I'll take you out on my own. Said Kakashi quietly. If you're going to try to do that, then here's a bit of advice. The jounin body flickered to be right behind the boy, who began to turn, eyes wide. Don't let your enemy get behind you, Kakashi said, delivering a side kick to the back of Sasuke's knee. The technique was meant to knock the boy down, and it did, but as he fell, he screamed, "Fool!" and evaporated into smoke. Kakashi blinked, and his battle-honed mind immediately worked out the reasoning behind the clone's shout. It was meant to mask another noise, one from behind him. The jounin leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the hail of shuriken. Then he turned just as Naruto and Sakura leapt down. They're probably also clones, he thought. No need to go too easy. Still, there's a chance. I can't afford to use killing moves or anything permanently maiming. Damn. The two charged. Naruto's taijutsu stance was the same as that the clones had used, but Sakura's was a clumsy academy basic stance. Maybe it really was her. Unfortunate. He blocked a couple strikes and took out the Naruto clone. Then, after deflecting a clumsy attack from Sakura, he struck her with a palm to the stomach. She dispelled as well, proving that she too was a clone. And then he was attacked by shuriken on 3 sides. He rolled out of the way and was surrounded by the team of 3. Sasuke was in a stance for a genin-level taijutsu form, Sakura was poised for her clumsy academy-level techniques, and Naruto was in his same improvised stance. Well, there you are, Kakashi said. Unless, of course, you're just more clones. They were, as he found out in the end. So were the next 2 times he faced the trio. And after he'd taken them out, he was assaulted by another ridiculous army. How much chakra did this kid have? But this time something went differently. While he was in the midst of the clones, he heard a voice from on high. Fire style, fireball jutsu. His eye widened slightly. Sasuke, he thought. He jumped, avoiding the jutsu coming down on him from above. He leapt over all of the clones, many of which were incinerated by the flame, and came down on the outskirts of the clearing. And just as he came down on them, he saw the wires. There was a net of them, all to be snapped upon his entry, all sure to launch traps. His shoulders sagged in midair. Son of a, he thought. Then he quickly formed a ram seal. Substitution jutsu, he said to himself. He landed. The strings broke, and he was entrapped in a cocoon of ropes. And there was the team of 3, probably the real ones this time. We win, said Naruto with a grin, high-fiving the other 2. Sakura looked very pleased, but Sasuke seemed to have misgivings, although he partook on the high-fiving. Then Kakashi decided to ruin their fun. He said quietly, Lesson 2, Ninjutsu. And then he activated the substitution he'd set, and there was a stump where he'd been while he was in a tree over their heads. Naruto and Sakura seemed to blink in surprise, but Sasuke was instantly moving. He launched a flurry of kunai directly at Kakashi. The Jonin realized he'd probably noticed a log on the branch before. The white-haired ninja dodged by leaping down to the ground. He stared at them flatly as he said, You 3 are pretty good, you know that? Shame it ends now. His eye widened dramatically. Lesson 3, Genjutsu. He formed hand signs as quickly as he could and said, Demonic illusion, tree binding death. In an instant, the 3 of them were imprisoned in their own minds. But then the Naruto army came along from the clearing. He got the original, one of them shouted. What are you talking about? Naruto said loudly from behind Kakashi, and then in unison, he and Sasuke said, Release. Kakashi whirled. They were fine, all 3 of them. They'd broken a B-rank genjutsu, cast by an A-rank jounin with a Sharingan. Damn, they're good, he thought, and then amended, well, for genin. Hey! Naruto called to his clone army. You lot know what to do. Here's more. And then there were 100 more clones. Every single one of them formed a ram seal, except the original, who Kakashi could just see. Kakashi readied himself to counter some jutsu from all around, but he could never have anticipated what happened next. Harem jutsu! Screamed all of the Narutos. Kakashi figured out what was going to happen an instant before it did, but it was too late, and he was surrounded by naked blondes cloaked in steam and making excessively realistic sounds. Kakashi's nose positively exploded. He was probably dyeing his whole mask red. Damn you, Jiraiya, he thought weakly as he fell to the onslaught of being cuddled by that many nude females. A few minutes later he awoke. Sasuke stood over him, juggling the bells while Naruto and Sakura seemed to be discussing what was permitted in the presence of a female. I think we won, said the Uchiha, grinning slightly as he helped Kakashi up. And I'd change my mask if I were you. How were you unaffected? Kakashi asked blankly. Sasuke was or should be a pubescent preteen. By rights he should be bleeding out right now. Sasuke smirked. I saw that jutsu once the other day, he said. I knew when to avert my eyes. And cover your ears? Kakashi asked. And cover my ears, Sasuke agreed with a nod. Anyway, I'm right, aren't I? Since we won through teamwork, The bells don't matter, do they? No, said Kakashi with a shrug. You'd have passed even if you didn't get them. Your teamwork was flawless. I'm surprised, actually. Here he looked sidelong at the Uchiha. You three were expected to be one of the most dysfunctional teams in history. Sasuke shrugged. We've got a few things going for us that we didn't have a month ago, he said. You'll wind up surprised by more than this, I think. And Kakashi was sure that he was right. Chapter 11, Rebirth. They were all together now, the four of them, in the clearing with the tree stumps. The three genin were seated with their backs to the logs, while Kakashi sat cross-legged facing them. He'd given them the lunches he'd brought for them, and since there were only two, he'd given Naruto his own. The boy had promised to one day treat him to a meal in exchange when he had more money. As the kids ate, Kakashi began to speak. You do know you three are only the second team in history to have actually gotten the bells as genin? Sakura blinked, staring at him in shock. Even Naruto and Sasuke looked surprised. Kakashi looked from one to the other of them, and continued. Genin tests are passed down from sensei to apprentice, he explained. The one who invented this test was the third Hokage himself. He shifted his position into something a little more comfortable before going on. He applied it to his pupils, the three legendary Sannin. They got the bells, and passed by showing teamwork. But they were the Sannin, their test was far from typical. Only Jiraiya-san of those three ever had a team of three genin. That was the team that consisted of the fourth Hokage, Minato-sensei, and his two teammates, whose names I honestly don't know. He never talked about them because they were dead. They failed to get the bells, but passed through showing teamwork. That's how it's supposed to be. He shrugged. Anyway, either of his teammates had genin teams before their deaths, and the fourth passed test on to his genin my squad. He expected a shocked exclamation that he'd been the fourth's apprentice. Perhaps Sasuke knew that too? That was way too much. We failed utterly to get the bells. Neither of my teammates ever had teams, so now I'm passing it to you. He leaned forward slightly. And you got them, after generations of the best ninja ever born have failed. Sasuke smirked slightly. There you are, then, he said. I guess we're just better. Naruto rolled his eyes. We were just the lucky ones who saw the point, Kakashi-sensei, he told the Jounin. I don't claim to be better than the fourth, or you, or even equal to the Sannin in any way. But you are, aren't you? Kakashi thought, looking the three over. There is no luck among ninja. If there were, the lucky ones wouldn't be ninja. I don't know what it is, but something sets you three apart from the rest of us. He cupped his face in one hand, rubbing his temples. Well, I'd better do you damn proud, Minato-sensei, cause your son sure will. After you eat, come with me, said Kakashi aloud, if quietly. There's something I want to show you. Once they had, he led them a little ways through the forest until they reached the memorial stone. Hayabito, Kakashi said silently. Sorry, can't talk now, I'm here on business. As they came to be in front of it, Kakashi spoke to his genin. Now, because you won, you three don't need to hear this as much as other genin would, but it's still worth saying. He looked at them for a moment, and then looked back at the black obelisk. My teammates and sensei's names are engraved here, he said. And so are too many others. Many of them are here because their teammates thought the mission was more important than their lives. That's doctrine. That's what's accepted. He looked at them and met each of their eyes in turn. This memorial stone holds sacred the names of those who fell in battle as heroes of Konoha. And many of these names are only here because of that law, that the mission takes priority. I know better. His fists clenched involuntarily, and he slowly relaxed them. Ninja law states that those who fail to complete their mission when it was within their grasp are trash, he murmured, almost talking to himself. That's true. But those who turn their backs on their comrades are worse than trash. I think I understand, said Naruto softly. Kakashi looked at him. If you don't finish your mission, everyone hates you, he said. But if you turn away from your friends and allies to complete your mission, then even if the whole world loves you, you'll hate yourself. Sasuke nodded slowly. And that's worse. Kakashi looked from one to the other. Not only are they geniuses, but they're philosophers too? He chuckled inwardly. This'll be an interesting team. He had no idea just how right he was. Kakashi had sent the three of them off for today after letting them know where they were meeting the next day. Sasuke walked beside his two teammates, as they made their way towards the village proper. Naruto had started rubbing a place on his head which was starting to swell up as soon as they'd left Kakashi's line of sight. "You didn't have to hit me that hard, Sakura-chan," he whined. "You shouldn't have used a jutsu like that," grumbled the kunoichi. "But we won because of it," Naruto exclaimed. "I don't care," she said firmly. "It's just wrong." "But we won," said Sasuke suddenly, not looking at them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sakura look over at him, blinking. "Sasuke-kun?" "It worked," said Sasuke flatly. "Sakura, in the world of ninja, there are much worse ways to play on male perversion. One day you may be called on to perform a seduction mission for Konoha. That's no different from this, it's just a higher stage of the same thing. This is nothing. You've got to get used to it." Now he looked sidelong over at her. "In a world like ours," he said quietly, "we can't afford to pick and choose our weapons, or our allies, or our tactics. One day, we'll all have to do things that are fundamentally against our code of honor. This is just a taste of that for you, worse will come. You've got to get used to the idea now." She just stared at him, clearly lost for words. He wondered whether he was alienating her from her worshipful fangirl complex, or if by his insights he was just pulling her deeper. Who cares? He thought then. She needs to know. It was one of her greatest weaknesses last time, her refusal to go all out when she had to. Suddenly his honed ears picked up a noise which he knew meant a human was watching them from the trees. Sakura didn't even twitch, she seemed not to have noticed, but Sasuke could have sworn Naruto's ears twitched slightly like foxes and the blonde's eyes twitched slightly. Naruto looked to the place where the sound had come from, gave Sasuke a slight nod, almost imperceptible, and then twitched his head in a similarly minute fashion onward. The message was clear. "I'll take care of it," Naruto was saying. "You go on." Sasuke gave him a tiny nod that no one without a Byakugan could see if they weren't looking for it. Sakura had seen that something was going on, though, and was now looking from one to the other of them. Before she could say anything, and blow their cover, Naruto spoke, pasting a grin on his face. "I'm out of here," he said. "See you." And with that he headed back the way they'd come. Before Sakura could ask the question Sasuke could see forming on her lips, he said quickly, "Come on. In honor of our getting promoted, I'll treat you to dinner again, it's not a date." He added that last quickly as the look of elation started to spread over her face. They continued on towards the village for a time, and then, when Sasuke was sure they were out of hearing range of the unseen observer, he said, "Sakura, you noticed something right where Naruto left us, right?" Sakura blinked. "You two were acting odd," she said slowly. "It was like you were having some kind of silent conversation." Sasuke nodded. "We were," he told her. "Sakura, there was someone in the trees there, watching us." The girl's eyes widened. "Are you certain?" she asked. "Yes," said Sasuke. "I don't know who it was. Naruto's gone to find out. He'll catch up with us, and we'll have dinner as a team." He grinned. "It wouldn't be a proper graduation celebration otherwise, would it?" "No," said the girl, looking downcast. "No, I guess it wouldn't." "I told you it wasn't going to be a date," said Sasuke, looking at her with one raised eyebrow. "I know," she said. "I know. It's just. Ugh. Sorry." He rolled his eyes. "Fine. To make up for it, we'll have dinner tomorrow night. You can even call it a date if you want to." She frowned slightly, surprising him. "But it won't be one?" "Does it matter?" he asked, perplexed. "You still get to say you one-upped Ino." She looked away from him. "Is that all you think I think of you?" she asked quietly. "A contest with Ino?" He looked at the back of her head dully. "Isn't it?" he shot back softly. "No, but maybe it should be," she said loudly, whirling to face him, and he was shocked to see her green eyes blazing in hurt fury. "If you're going to be such an insensitive prick, maybe I shouldn't see anything more in you." He blinked. Then he smiled slightly. "All right," he murmured. "Now it's a date." She blinked, the rage leaking out of her eyes. "Wait, what?" she muttered, confused. "Sorry," he said, still grinning. "This is out of my comfort zone. First, I apologize for insulting you. Second, would you go to dinner with me tomorrow on a date?" Sakura just stared at him. "Yes," she said eventually, sounding cautious in case this was some kind of cruel joke. It wasn't. How about 6? He asked. Tomorrow evening, if we're finished with team stuff by then. Her eyes slowly widened. Okay. She murmured, seeming to be in shock. At that point Naruto caught up with them. Well? Sasuke asked him. Who was it? Naruto shrugged. Just a genin on a mission. But as he spoke, he shook his head at Sasuke imperceptibly and mouthed Hinata. Sasuke blinked. There was an odd feeling in the pit of his stomach as he looked at Naruto, and it took him a moment to realize that it was guilt. Horrible, crushing guilt. He remembered the Battle of Konoha. He remembered the ninja throwing themselves forward to protect the civilians who were evacuating. He remembered being faced himself with a squad of 4 Sakura, Kakashi, Hinata, and Naruto himself. He remembered Kakashi being burned alive by his Amaterasu early on. He remembered using Madara's jutsu to enslave Sakura. With each memory, a fresh wave of pain and guilt and horror at what he'd done came over him. And then he remembered impaling Hinata with a Chidori spear right before Naruto's eyes. He remembered the Hokage's scream of pain and fury, remembered the red glow of Kurama, remembered meeting the Raisin Shuriken with a hypercharged Chidori, remembered being blown back from the blast and knocked unconscious to have the rest of the battle fought by the rest of the force. It was as though walls were coming down in his heart, and the guilt was flooding in after having been held off for years. He looked away from his teammates to hide the tears that were forming. I've got to go take care of something, he muttered, barely managing to keep his voice steady. I'll meet you at Ramanichiraku in a few minutes. All right, Naruto said, patting him on the shoulder. He understood. See you there. And Sasuke left as quickly as he reasonably could to get his weeping out of the way. Naruto walked on for a few moments after parting with his team. He sensed the watching person following him as he did so. Then, after he was a fair distance from his team, he stopped. Come out, he called. Whoever you are, I know you're there. There was a gasp, and then, as he turned, Hyuga Hinata hopped out of the tree. He barely kept his face composed at all hell, he barely kept himself from launching into her arms. Even so, his mouth did drop slightly open and his eyes widened a little. Kami, it hadn't struck him fully until now. But she was alive. She was alive! Hinata-chan, he said in surprise. She blushed, so apparently he hadn't been calling her Chan yet at this point, a shame that he would now undo, and then, to humor her so she wouldn't be embarrassed, on a mission? Why yes, Naruto-kun, she whispered, face bright red. Kami, he thought, how I miss you, Hinata-chan. Good luck, he said, grinning, and then asked, who's on your team again? It wasn't that he didn't know, he just yearned to talk with her, and that was all he could think of to say. Inuzuka Kiba and Abdurrahim Shino, she said. My sensei is Yuhi Kurenai, he said, nodding. Yeah, now I remember. He racked his brains to think of some good topic to start into, but his brain came up blank seeing Hinata was taking up most of his mind, and Kurama wasn't helping. He was laughing in his cage at his host's sorry state, acceptable, considering how rarely one saw a lovesick Jinchuriki. So he said, with regret foremost in his mind, well, I guess you've got a mission to finish. She blinked in surprise. Had she already forgotten the ruse he'd given her? Before nodding. Why yes. Sorry. I'll go now. He nodded. Don't apologize, he said. I enjoy talking with you. She blushed, of course, and the aching of his heart was unbearable. I'll see you around, Hinata-chan. Bye, and Naruto-kun, she said, and then she was gone, clearly embarrassed at having been caught. He stood for a time, getting his emotions under control, before going back to catch up with his team. Chapter 12, Reconsideration. Sasuke sat on a stone in the forest. He was alone save for the chirping of birds and the chattering of squirrels. He was taking the opportunity to meditate on all that was happening around him. Well, perhaps meditate is not quite the correct word. Meditation involves the calming of the mind and the soothing of emotions. It does not, by all accounts, involve rivers of salty tears flowing down one's face. So what would be a correct word? Considering? Contemplating? Musing? Wondering? No, wishing. Sasuke was wishing that he hadn't done all of the things he had last time, That he hadn't come back in time because it hadn't been necessary. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate the second chance. It was more that he would rather have not screwed the first one up. He'd been evil. That was unquestionable. He'd killed uncountable numbers of people. He'd slain and enslaved those closest to him. And he'd felt no regret, no pain, nothing in the lump of pulsing muscle that might have once been a heart. And then Gaara had spoken. That hadn't made him feel regret, but it had made him realize that he was displeased in some way with his lot. He hadn't known why at first, nor had he cared. The Sasuke of the past, or was it the future, hadn't cared for anything, not understanding, not his friends, not his own mind in comparison with achieving his goals. Well, all of his goals had been achieved, and he'd suddenly found himself unhappy, so for a time his new goal was attaining happiness. He hadn't regretted yet what he had done, but he'd felt instinctively that the source of his unhappiness lay in his past, so on the appearance of an opportunity to find and prevent it, he seized his chance. And then there was Naruto. Instantly he was faced with the boy who was, as Gaara had said, the embodiment of his lost heart. And thus he had begun not to regret his actions, but to understand the horror of what he had wrought. When Naruto had revealed himself as having come from the future and they'd spent the night together for the first time in years, Sasuke had begun to understand exactly what he had lost and what he could now regain. For the first time in years, his heart had felt like a heart in the emotional sense rather than merely a lump of muscle that kept him alive. And now, faced with Naruto who had just seen Hinata face not with fury as he might have expected, but with forgiveness, now he felt regret. Why? Why now? Why the delayed reaction? Because only now, faced with Naruto's lack of self-pity at the loss of his lover, now undone, and his lack of hatred for the man who killed her, was Sasuke able to feel for himself as he hadn't in years. He felt so that he could feel for Naruto what the boy did not, even though he should. Gaara was absolutely, horribly right. Sasuke's heart had died long ago, and Naruto's heart had nourished him for a time, and at last, now, under the blonde Jinchuriki's care, Sasuke's heart had been reborn. And the sensation was agony. Suddenly a hand was on his shoulder. Sasuke whirled, tears still streaming down his face, fists already moving to strike whoever was there, only to stop when he realized it was Naruto, looking at him with an odd expression on his face, a sort of mixture of surprise, horror, and pity. The original thought something might be up, said the boy, who Sasuke realized was a shadow clone. But Kami, I didn't expect this. Are you alright, Sasuke? Sasuke looked away, not even trying to stem the flow of tears. I should be, he whispered, not trusting himself to speak louder for fear of wailing. The last time he'd cried had been after Madara told him the truth about Itachi. That had been about when he'd buried his emotions completely, thought the process had begun in the Uchiha massacre. Now they were present again. At least now, thank Kami. Naruto slung an arm around his shoulders, and Sasuke almost laughed at how ludicrous it was that the boy whose lover he'd killed barely more than a month ago was trying to comfort him with his guilt for having done it. This isn't like you, Sasuke, he said quietly. What's happened? Sasuke almost smirked. Call it a cumulative effect, he muttered. You don't get emotionless for a long period of time without things stacking up. Explain, please, Naruto said. Sasuke grunted. I'm not in the mood for a heart-to-heart. You never are, Naruto deadpanned. Your point? Sasuke asked, in another half-expression, this time sardonic. If it's bad enough to make the flat-faced Uchiha cry up a river, then you're going to need help building a bridge, said Naruto in the most extensive metaphor Sasuke had ever heard him use. The black-haired boy almost grinned at it. Fine. Suffice it to say that this is the first time I've had real feelings in over a year. Considering what's happened in the past year, it's not fun. Nothing happened in the last year, Naruto said quietly. Sasuke stared at him. What? 1 year ago, you were 11, said Naruto, still in that quiet, calm voice. Now you're 12. Sasuke looked away. You know what I meant. Yes, Sasuke, I do, said Naruto. But listen for once. Yes, you killed Hinata, and Kakashi, and all the rest. Nothing can change that. And you regret it, that's good. Hopefully it means you won't do it again. Sasuke grunted. Hopefully. Let me finish, Naruto said, exasperated. You killed them, and you regret it. But the thing is, they weren't killed by you. Sasuke blinked, turned to the blonde, and asked, "What?" "They weren't killed at all," murmured Naruto happily. "So regret killing them, but don't feel guilty because they haven't died. You have regrets, but there's no cause for guilt, because nothing's happened, don't you see?" Sasuke shook his head. "I get it, Naruto," he said flatly, cradling his head in his hands, "but I can't just wish away my guilt. It doesn't work like that. You might not know you've never really had cause to feel guilty." "I have," the Jinchuriki told him. "I know it's hard. But think about it, will you?" Sasuke's tears had stopped flowing, more from lack of water than the easing of pain. He gave Naruto a wavering grin. "I'll try." "Good," grinned his teammate. "Now hurry up. The original and Sakura are waiting for you." With that, the shadow clone formed an ox seal and dispersed. Sasuke sat for a moment in silence, considering. Then he washed his face with a light water jutsu, stood up, stretched, sighed, and made his way towards the village proper and Ramen Ichiraku. Home at last, Kurama grunted as Naruto stretched just inside his apartment's recently closed door. "I was getting tired of all the emotional overload." "You've still got one little preteen with a lot to think about on your hands," Naruto joked. "Me. But I actually want to know what the hell is going on in your undersized brain," Kurama quipped. "Now, I had a mate once, a couple centuries ago, and I was not happy when she died. You, however, have already forgiven the Uchiha for the Gursari, Hinata's death. Explanation, please?" "Why don't you just read my mind?" Naruto asked. He was speaking aloud because it was easier for him, and in his apartment's privacy he saw no reason not to. "You could just do that." "We've had this conversation before," growled the Kyuubi. "Privacy is one of those things I respect even in humans." "Well, I'm flattered that my species deserves so much from you," chuckled Naruto. "Really? I'm touched." "You know perfectly well that I don't view you as a human," Kurama said flatly. "Maybe you just underrate the species," Naruto suggested, slipping into mental conversation, which was more convenient for his tenants since he wasn't forced to use Naruto's ears. "Back on topic," said the fox easily, dodging his host's thinly veiled jab at his dislike of the human race. "If you could please explain." Naruto sighed, giving up. "I wish I knew," he muttered. "I can't hate him, Kurama. I know I should, but he's here, isn't he? That means something." "It certainly does," said Kurama. "The question is, what does it mean?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "He's not working for Madara." "How can you be so certain?" Kurama pressed. "Every 3-century cycle, someone comes back to change things. Madara would want an agent of his to ensure things went smoothly." "He would, wouldn't he?" said Naruto thoughtfully. Then he turned his mind back to the issue at hand. "But Sasuke isn't that agent. I promise you that." "And yet, you have nothing to show for your claims," said the Kyuubi. "I'm not satisfied with your belief. You've always been too trusting. He killed Hinata." "And do you think I don't know that?" the blonde Jinchuriki roared. "I love her. Do you think I haven't thought through trusting Sasuke? Do you think I haven't doubted him?" Here he settled himself down a little. "Sasuke is like a brother to me," Naruto murmured. "Blood is thicker than water, furball. And honestly," here the boy grinned slightly, "can you look into that bastard's eyes and tell me seriously that you think he's working for Madara?" Kurama sighed. "If you had asked me this morning, I would have said yes." He didn't need to mention the encounter in the woods. They'd both seen it. Sasuke's eyes had always been filled with hatred, but this was the first time Naruto could remember seeing the Uchiha directed at himself. It had been a startling experience. It was a sign, Naruto thought, a sign of the transformation that he'd spent years trying to facilitate. He smiled slightly as he remembered his oath as a child, how he'd sworn to retrieve Sasuke. In the end, he'd given up before succeeding, a point which hurt him terribly. "Why?" Kurama asked, and Naruto realized he'd accidentally been projecting his thoughts outward. Naruto sat down on his bed. Throughout the conversation, he'd been subconsciously preparing for sleep. "Because I can't give up," he said quietly. "It's not me. I don't give up. Call it determination, or stubbornness, or blindness, or perseverance. Or even just idiocy. You'd be right. But Kurama, who is as skilled as any ninja mentally, saw as Kakashi would say underneath the underneath, and asked the question which had a hidden answer. And what do you call it? Naruto gave a dry chuckle. I call it faith. Hinata couldn't sleep to save her life, not even with a glass of honeyed, warm milk seeping through her body. She'd gone through all of her relaxation stretches, meditated for 15 minutes, she'd even voluntarily sparred with Hanabi to take her mind off things. It hadn't worked at all, her mind kept going back unbidden to the events of the afternoon. To Naruto's words. I enjoy talking with you, he'd said. Her eyes closed as she tried to force down the unbidden rush of blood to her face. Not even her family enjoyed talking with her. The elders despised her, father thought her a lost cause, even Hanabi looked down at her. The Branch family, despite all pretenses of respect, absolutely hated her, thinking it an insult to them that someone so weak was in the main house. Niji was living proof of that. So what on earth made Naruto find her important enough to even notice? Him, of all people, the one with the most power and potential of their entire class. He should have looked down on her like the strong ninja always did, except Kurenai-sensei, of course. But more interesting by far to her was the odd expression that, however hidden it was from his face, it was kept, still shone plain in his eyes. However unworthy she might be of the honor, Hinata still bore a Byakugan, and knew how to see things others might miss, and knowing Naruto's face as well as she did, it was child's play to notice when something was off. His eyes had looked strange. There was an odd mixture of emotions that she couldn't even begin to delve into. On the surface she'd seen pain and something else, something odd, but there were undertones of a million other things she couldn't even begin to guess at. And it had been directed at her. Did he hate her? Had that been some look of dislike? No. She knew what hatred looked like. That hadn't been there at all. But what was it then? Put it out of your mind, she told herself with all of the firmness she could muster. He must have a reason, and he doesn't lie. If he said he likes my company, a delightful shiver went through her at the thought, then he does. There was, of course, still doubt, but she turned her thoughts from that, opting instead to just think about Naruto himself until, eventually, she fell asleep. Chapter 13, Reactivation. Naruto lay on his back in the grass, humming idly to himself. The dew moistened his face and neck, giving a delicious cool feeling and helping to awaken him. It was early. Still in the gray hours of the morning, just before dawn. In fact, he had awoken early after the dinner with his team the previous evening with the intention of getting a little training in before the others arrived at 7. Kakashi, of course, wouldn't come till 9, but no one had ever been late. Last time he'd been too stupid, Sasuke hadn't seen the point, and Sakura had been dutiful, as well as wanting the chance to bond with her Uchiha crush, i.e. get ignored and embarrass herself. Naruto rolled his eyes as he considered the past. How the Sandaime had ever expected their team to ever do anything but crash and burn was beyond him. He knew he'd never done anything quite so dangerous as Rokudaime. Don't count your dragons before they've tried to kill you, Kurama said sagely. I'd say pissing off the Hyuga and destroying their clan system with only their official consent counts as dangerous. I'm surprised you weren't assassinated before the village was destroyed. Naruto rolled his eyes. That was different. How? Kurama pressed. It wasn't stupid as hell, the blonde Jinchuriki said matter-of-factly. That's hardly a compelling argument. The Kyuubi muttered, but Naruto had already risen and begun his exercise routines. The boy could already feel the changes in his body from as it had been upon his return. His exercise had strengthened it from head to toe. His muscles weren't battle-honed as they had been once, but they had strength, which was as much as could be asked of simple exercise, at least for now. He understood now why Lee, despite having gained incredible movement speed through exercise, had a comparatively slow attack speed during the Chunin exams. Only certain advanced exercises improved the fast twitch muscles used for rapid attacks. They were mostly improved through action in combat, which was why that particular aspect of the second Green Beast's taijutsu had been repaired by the time of the Fourth Shinobi World War. It's not valid either, said Kurama suddenly, giving Naruto pause. What? Naruto mumbled, confused. Your argument, Kurama told him. It's not valid. You just said it wasn't stupid. That's a matter of opinion. Naruto shook his head slowly. After about 20 minutes of silence, a conversation becomes obsolete, furball. Kurama grunted. If you say so. I do. And now you made me lose count, the boy complained. He'd been in the middle of his sit-up sequence, and now he couldn't remember what number he'd been on. 34, the fox murmured helpfully. Thank you, said Naruto, continuing on. For quite some time the boy and his tenant bantered on, making small talk just for want of something better to do, and then, who are you talking to? A voice asked suddenly from behind him. Naruto looked up, and immediately his head was filled with Kurama's cursing, for there, staring at him, was Sakura. He shrugged. Might as well go with the basics. Myself, he told her flatly. First sign of madness. She blinked. That expression's from IWA, fool, muttered the QB. She wouldn't know it. So? Naruto asked. So she won't get the joke. What? The girl asked, perplexed. Don't worry about it, he said, shrugging. What's the time? 10 till 7, she replied, sitting on a stump. Why? How long have you been here? He shrugged. About an hour and a half, he estimated. I spend most of the day with you guys, so I've got to get any private training in either during the early morning or in the evening when I'm exhausted. I go with the former. But why do you need any extra training? Sakura asked. We've got Kakashi-sensei for that, right? He smirked. In case you hadn't noticed, our sensei arrives 2 hours late for everything. That's 2 hours out of training time. Anyway, he added, the man's a total ninjutsu specialist. I'm naturally inclined to taijutsu. I'm not his ideal student. In any case, it's better to work out away from one's sensei, so that the time you have with him can be fully dedicated to practical techniques. She stared at him, mouth slightly open. That makes a lot of sense, she murmured. He grinned. I try. Sometimes in the wrong things, of course, chuckled Kurama. Like when you tried to vandalize the entire Hokage monument. Come on, admit it, Naruto laughed. You thought that was amazing. Of course I did, said the fox. I don't like humans, remember? I especially enjoyed seeing you have to clean it all up. Naruto sent the fox a mental frown. Bastard, he muttered to the QB's howls of mirth. I'm not late, am I? Came Sasuke's voice suddenly from the direction of Konoha proper. Of course not, Sasuke-kun, came the inevitable cry as Sakura leapt up and turned to face the approaching Uchiha. Did you sleep well? Fine, said Sasuke calmly. Settle down, Sakura. How about you? And you, Naruto? I slept well, said Sakura eagerly, with a force barely lowered by Sasuke's words. I can't wait for this evening. Yes, we're still going out, grunted the black-haired boy. Please don't make me regret it. I'm fine, said Naruto evenly, sending Sasuke a message with his eyes that said, Why did I not hear about this? What the hell? When did this happen? Sasuke's reply was much more even. Tell you later. Good, the Uchiha said. Now we just have to wait 2 hours. What fun. We could set another trap, Naruto suggested. Nah, grunted Sasuke. One Eye's earned a one-day reprieve, I say. Naruto shrugged. Another time, then? Yeah, nodded Sasuke. We probably shouldn't be pranking our sensei at all, said Sakura timidly. Naruto rolled his eyes. He shouldn't be 2 hours late to everything. Cause and effect. Anyway, you know you enjoy it. Sakura just colored slightly and looked away. The question remains, Sasuke brought them back to the topic. What are we going to do for 2 hours? Train? Naruto suggested. Sasuke shrugged. If you like. I'd rather do something a bit less as ninja and a bit more as genin, if you take my meaning. I do, Naruto said silently. We were never really kids last time, were we? Suddenly he thought of something. We could cut. Sasuke smirked. Play hooky? Sounds like perfect vengeance for Hataki's lateness on his prank day off. Sakura looked from one to the other of them nervously. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Naruto grinned at her. This isn't the academy, Sakura, he said. We'll only get in trouble with sensei, and if I know anything, he's too lazy to bother punishing us. He's right, Sasuke said. But the question remains even then, what do we do? We could try to find him, Naruto suggested as the thought hit him. Why hadn't they ever tried that last time? Sasuke blinked. Good idea, he said. You coming, Sakura? Sure, she said, eager to agree with anything Sasuke suggested. The Uchiha nodded. If I know anything, he'll be at the Memorial Stone. We should try there. Then let's get going, Naruto cried, and off they went. They started off with a conversation between the two boys, just small talk, but eventually Sasuke was able to drag Sakura into it, and soon they were all three talking and laughing like old friends. Which they were, of course, though Sakura didn't know it. Soon enough they approached the Memorial Stone. As they did, Sasuke murmured, "All right, everyone, be tactful. We want him to stop being late, but if someone spends this long at the Memorial Stone, they've got a reason." Naruto nodded. Sasuke's good at this, he said silently to Kurama. See how he's conveying everything he and I already know to Sakura without giving anything away? He's a genius at this. I'll have to remember that he's a good espionage agent when I'm Hokage. No guarantee that the title will be yours this time around, the fox muttered back. And he's still not necessarily trustworthy in my book. Screw your book, Naruto said blithely as Sasuke led them towards the memorial and Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke called as the white-haired Jounin came into view. The man looked up from the stone in surprise. What are you three doing here? He asked quietly. Looking for you, said the Uchiha, stopping a few feet away from the man. Any ideas on what we can do while we wait for you? Kakashi almost seemed to smirk at Sasuke's roundabout chastising. Yes. There was a moment's silence and then Sasuke said, So, does that mean we should play charades? Kakashi chuckled dryly. No. Guess. Naruto cocked his head beside Sasuke. Do you expect us to just wait for you? No, said Kakashi. Think. You're ninja. You're paid based on skill. What should you do when I'm there or supposed to be and we're not on a mission? Sasuke's eyes widened. Train, he said simply. Exactly, the Jounin nodded. So, maybe, when I'm not there, instead of just trying to entertain yourselves, you should be trying to get better so our missions will go more smoothly when I arrive. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other in amazement. They'd been Kakashi's genin together for almost a year last time, and Naruto had been for even longer, and yet they never understood this aspect of his regime. His lateness, while a part of it was laziness and another part was grief and the need to be near to the memorial, had always had this aspect of logic and this connection to the sensei's duty. And they'd never known about it. Sasuke felt that they'd failed some test. Naruto nodded slowly. All right, he murmured. That makes sense. It should, Kakashi told him. Your sensei thought of it. Now get going. I'll be there late. Sasuke felt his lips twitch slightly as he turned away from the Jounin. Fine, he said. See you later. The three genin made their way back to the clearing where they'd begun, and there held something of a conference. I'm fine with training, said Naruto. I'm not too tired. What Kakashi says goes, I guess. You were ready to cut class a few minutes ago, Sakura said, bewildered. What changed? Naruto just shrugged. Now it's not stupid as hell, he said with an odd, inward-facing grin. Perhaps an inside joke with the Kyuubi? Sasuke wondered. Well, he said aloud, I'm with Naruto on this. Me too, Sakura began, but... And then she looked down and blushed slightly. You don't know where to begin training for yourself, Sasuke finished for her. Fine. I'll guide you through something. Naruto, what are you going to work on? The Jinchuriki shrugged. I was thinking ninjutsu. I've got a couple of wind and fire style ninjutsu that I've been looking to combine into a combination type. Sakura stared at him with a classic expression on her face one Sasuke had seen on her face as she looked at their teammate many times before. She looked like he was an idiot. He was inclined to agree at the moment. Naruto, the ability to combine elemental chakra natures is restricted to the various ninja clans, she told him in a voice that suggested he was a rather slow toddler who hadn't realized that blocks didn't float in the air. You can't do that. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You should know that, idiot, he grunted to his friend, and he knew the other had received the hidden message in the words you were Hokage without knowing that? Naruto just looked from one to the other of them and smirked slightly. Has anyone ever tried? He murmured. When they didn't answer immediately, he added, and how do you explain my making headway? In an instant, he turned away from them, forming seals. He ended on an odd variation of the tiger seal. He probably worked that out himself, a tiny part of Sasuke's mind which wasn't intent upon the boy before him thought. A master of seals if there ever was one. Fire blade style, Naruto said loudly. Flaming kunai. He separated his hands, Sasuke tracking the rapid movements through training as he resisted the urge to whip out his Sharingan. Naruto formed both hands into a knife hand from various taijutsu styles and then, suddenly, they were enveloped in an odd mess of flame that held a stable position in the shape of large kunai extending from his wrist. That change in chakra form is nearly impossible for fire style, I'm sure, Sasuke thought. He must be using the wind style to shape it. Wind chakra grinds against itself to sharpen, right? I guess that he's grinding the fire chakra into a blade. Ingenious. Naruto ran forward in a way reminiscent of Sasuke's own Chidori, and rapidly stabbed one of his flaming arm blades into the trunk of a tree while the other slashed at the side of the wood. As the chakra faded, Sasuke saw that the incisions were really quite shallow in comparison with Naruto's fare in the normal wind style, which might well have cut down the tree and have the rock behind it, leaving a deep gash in the ground besides. But not only was the tree cut, it was burning. Not on full fire, like it would be with Naruto's pure fire style, but all around the cuts the wood was smoldering in glowing embers. Naruto stepped away, forming more seals. In a moment, he'd used a water-style jutsu to put out the almost fire. Then he turned back to them, a wild light in his eyes that said plainly, "Ha! Well?" he asked slyly. "Explain that away, if you can." Sasuke just stared at him, keeping his face carefully impassive. Beside him Sakura cried, "You must be part of a clan with that Kekkei Genkai." Naruto shook his head firmly. "Neither of my parents' families is ever recorded as having abilities like that," he said, and Sasuke knew they were both praying that she didn't know that he wasn't supposed to be aware of his ancestry. "Sure, it's a Kekkei Genkai now, but unless it's been hidden in my family for generations and never discovered, I just created it." After all, he grinned slightly at Sasuke, "How do you think Kekkei Genkai are first created?" A challenge if I ever heard one, Sasuke thought as he met the Jinchuriki's eyes. Lightning and fire. A destructive combination for certain. His eyes narrowed slightly as he and Naruto stared at each other. "You've got your competitor, Naruto," thought Sasuke, trying to transmit his thoughts. "I accept." Naruto's grin widened slightly and Sasuke knew he understood. But at the moment there were more pressing matters. "Impressive," said Hatake Kakashi as he jumped down behind Sasuke from the trees. "But I don't think it'll be of any use on today's missions." "Son of a bitch," Kurama growled to both Naruto and Sasuke. "There goes our cover." Chapter 14, Reiteration. Naruto settled himself into a crouch silently, letting the bushes around him mask him from sight. He forced himself to still every muscle. Of course, this brought forth a terrible itch in his right leg, but he suppressed it. "It's a figment of your imagination," he told himself firmly. "Don't move." "Well, you're certainly taking this seriously," Kurama commented dryly. "Relax. What's the worst that could happen? It's a house cat." "That thing is not a normal cat any more than you're a normal fox," Naruto told him, suppressing a shudder. "The thing's a menace." "It's just a D-rank," Kurama muttered. "It can't possibly be that bad." "Didn't you see my memories?" Naruto asked. "It's only D-rank because of the low mortality rate. Rate of injury is higher than an average B-rank. I'm speaking as Hokage here, those are the figures on file." "Are you serious?" the Kyuubi asked incredulously. "Dead serious," Naruto replied as he slowly brought his radio to his mouth. "This is Fox," he said into his quietly. "I'm in position. How are things on your end, Dragon?" "All quiet here," hissed Sasuke's voice amidst the following crackle of static. "What about you, Blossom?" "Target in sight," whispered Sakura. 10 meters from my position at 3 o'clock. Naruto quickly ran some calculations in his head. His mental map said that their position was perfect. Tora the cat was boxed or triangled in between the three of them. Kakashi seemed to have reached a similar conclusion, because he said, "All right, Blossom, on the signal, Give the target a scare exactly away from you. Go after it. The three of you can trap it. Wait, said Sasuke quickly. Fox, get us back up in the trees. I don't want it jumping away from us. Like last time, Naruto finished for him silently as he prepared the shadow clone jutsu. The clones appeared with a quiet poof that seemed ear-splitting in the silence. Did the target hear that? Naruto asked Sakura worriedly. No indication that it did, replied the kunoichi. But keep quiet. Naruto grunted in affirmation as his clones took the logical positions. Another triangle in the trees. In the center of the triangle the three genin formed opposite to the original triangle. After giving the clones 1 minute to position themselves, he sent another to check if they were ready. 30 seconds later it dispersed in the affirmative. We're good, he said. Back up in position. Beginning operation, Sakura said. There was a sudden sound of shifting leaves and then a yell. Sakura was scaring Tora. That was the signal. As the cat yelled, Naruto sped forward into the center of the triangle. He met there with Sasuke and Sakura. And there was Tora, between them. The cat dived for the gap between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto dove ahead of it, Sasuke, as though sensing his plan, dove for its rear. They landed, Naruto holding the wildly hissing feline's front down while Sasuke grasped its rump. But it seemed that destiny did not want Tora so easily caught. Her tail flicked out in a way that Naruto would swear was impossible for a cat, like the straightening of a finger. It drove straight into Sasuke's right eye. With a strangled yell, Sasuke's newly immature body reacted unconsciously to stimuli and leapt backward, letting go of Tora. The spitting cat backed immediately out of Naruto's grip, and before he could catch it had leapt up onto his head and then off it, leaving gashes down his scalp and brow. Tora was rising upward, away from them, and then one of Naruto's shadow clones intercepted it in midair, punting it, lightly, so as not to harm her and thus break their mission contract, back towards the genin. Naruto caught it and held on grimly, heedless of the shredding of his face. He slowly repositioned it to minimize the damage his face and body sustained, slowly because despite all of his injuries, losing the cat would be far worse than not repositioning it at all. He nodded at his two teammates, not daring to speak for fear he would lose his tongue. Sasuke slowly rose from his prone position, cradling the right side of his face. I think I've lost my eyes, he said slowly. It seems to be bleeding. Sakura came over towards him worriedly. Are you serious, Sasuke-kun? She saked. Let me see. No, he said. I was just kidding, I don't think it's that bad. But he obligingly removed his hand and allowed her to examine his very red and very teary eye. She looked at it worriedly. I'm no medic, but I hope it's not too bad, she said. Can you see through it? He closed his other eye. Bit blurry, but I think that's tears. It should be okay. Good, said Naruto, speaking through gritted teeth to protect the inside of his mouth. His chin was probably unrecognizable by now. We need to get going. I'm not going to last long like this. Yeah, said Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei can catch up, let's head for the Hokage's office. Oh, thank you so much for bringing back my poor baby, squealed Madame Shirjimi as Tora was brought before her. It was happily handed over, and Sasuke was sure Naruto, like him, felt no regret as the woman squeezed the life out of the demon in cat's form. I am so glad she's home safe, gushed the woman happily. Tora-chan's been very naughty lately, running away far too often. Perhaps she needs more attention. Perhaps you need to put that demon down, Sasuke thought. Watching the woman's excited torturing of her cat, he silently added, and maybe you should take a tranquilizer while you're at it. Well done on completing your first mission, Team 7, said the Sandaime, not the Hokage. There was only one Hokage and it wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your pay will be sent in your monthly paycheck, as it will in all following missions. Speaking of pay, said Naruto quickly, might I request more advanced missions? My funds are running low. Sasuke raised a brow. Naruto had been eating much more healthily this time around than at this point last time, ramen only once a day, or twice on occasion. That kind of less junk food change would cut into the limited reserves Naruto had. Sandaime-sama nodded. I understand, Naruto, but the standard procedure is for genin to spend 1 full month on D ranks after graduation, said Naruto, and Sasuke almost winced at the blonde Jinchuriki's accidental slip. A genin would never know a Hokage's logistics procedure. I know. But I'm asking for an exception. Please, Aji-san? The Sandame's eyes were ever so slightly narrower now, and Sasuke was sure that he was just as aware as Sasuke about the oddity of Naruto's knowledge. I'll consider it, but you need to have done more than one D rank for even a chance. Naruto shrugged. Fine, he said. I guess that's the best answer I'm going to get. He turned to Kakashi. Can we do another mission today? Maybe, said Kakashi. I want a word with you, and you, Hokage-sama. In private. Oh no, Sasuke thought. They were going to interrogate Naruto on his jutsu and his knowledge of his family. This was bad. Sasuke was the more accomplished liar he had to be there. Now the Sandame's eyes were undeniably narrow. Certainly, Hataki-san. Madam, if there is nothing else, then I am afraid I have need of my office. Oh, certainly, Hokage-san, said the woman, and walked out, still suffocating her now almost pitiable cat. Sakura, Sasuke, if you could just wait outside, Kakashi said, I'd be very much obliged. Sasuke opened his mouth and caught Naruto's eye. No, the Jinchuriki was telling him. Let me handle this. You'll get yourself in a bind. Sasuke closed his mouth, bit his lip, and gave Naruto a tiny nod. The blonde seemed satisfied. All of this had taken place before Sakura could even finish saying, Yes, Kakashi-sensei. When she had, Sasuke followed her out of the room, and Kakashi shut the door behind them. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto. He thought. Good luck. As soon as the door shut, Kakashi began. Hokage-sama, permission to speak freely? Granted, nodded Hiruzen. What is this about, Kakashi-san? I'll start at the beginning, said Kakashi, thinking back, recalling every detail of the previous 2 days. When I went to pick up my genin team the day before yesterday, I was caught in an advanced trap they'd set for me. If I were rating it, I'd say it was mid-chunin level in complexity, and I'd give them extra points for the 2 facts that it was able to avoid seriously injuring me and that it was built entirely from supplies on hand on the academy grounds. Actually, Naruto put in suddenly. I got the mallets from a carpentry shop a block away. Other than that, it was all stuff in the academy. Kakashi frowned. If we're on the subject, where'd the bell come from? One of the teachers had it, said Naruto. I pulled out the little metal ball, took off the handle, and hung it up. Kakashi nodded, but before he could say anything, the Hokage put in, while this is all very interesting and somewhat amusing, it's not very enlightening. Continue please, Hataki-san. Kakashi nodded. My apologies, Hokage-sama. When I was doing the introductory routine with them, both Naruto and Sasuke gave unusually mature responses which seemed to imply experiences not recorded in any of our files. For instance, Sasuke stated that his ultimate goal was to atone for his sins, which of course seems out of character and seems to have no definite source. In addition, Naruto referred to a man in an orange mask and implied that he intended to kill him, as well as suggesting that he'd attempted to before. The Hokage was now looking between Kakashi and Naruto. His eyes were still narrowed. Naruto looked almost bored, hands in his pockets, staring out the window. Interesting, said Hiruzen slowly. Is there more? Yes, said Kakashi, glancing over at Naruto for an instant before turning back to the Hokage. Yesterday, during the genin test. While it isn't unbelievable, it is suspicious. They won, you see they incapacitated me and took the bells. It was almost as if they knew what the test was. And there was the odd, slight twitch he'd been looking for. He knew the Hokage had seen it too. Naruto had made a sudden movement, hard to place, but it was as much as a shouted assent to a ninja as skilled as even Kakashi, and the Hokage was better still. Kakashi swallowed the sense of victory. The really damning thing, though if you'll excuse the expression, is what happened today. He looked at Naruto again, and now the boy's fists were clenched in his pockets. He was worried. He has invented a nature combination fire and wind. The Hokage's eyes widened in shock. And when his teammates questioned him on whether that was in his family, he was able to answer with a definite no. The Hokage stared at him for an instant, and then slowly turned to Naruto. The boy sighed and grunted, I'll tell you what I can. No, Hiruzen shook his head. You'll tell me everything, Naruto. What do you know about your family? Who is the man in the orange mask? What is all of this? Naruto looked at him, and his eyes were flints. Let me pose my own questions, Hokage. Kakashi noticed the lack of an honorific. What made you think the son of the Yellow Flash was without any resources? Why would you assume that the Yondaime would leave me entirely without information? Hiruzen's eyes were wide. So were Kakashi's, now he thought of it. He allowed them to close to normal levels. Explain, please, Naruto, he said. No, said Naruto flatly. Now he turned to the Hokage. The next line must have more meaning for him than for Kakashi. Star rank secret. Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, pursing his lips. Kakashi looked at him. Star rank? Hiruzen nodded. Its very existence is an S-rank secret, he said. The star rank is reserved for secrets so important that they are reserved by one Hokage and are not to be told even to following Hokage. I assume all of this is star rank, Naruto? Everything I haven't already told you, said the boy flatly. We could interrogate him, Kakashi suggested to the Sandaime. Sarutobi shook his head. The fact that he knows about the star rank is enough proof for me that he's telling the truth, he said. Naruto, I entrust all of this, whatever it may be, to you. Please be careful. Naruto smiled slightly and nodded. Thanks, Aji-san. I will. The Hokage nodded. You two may go, he said. Go and train your team, Kakashi. Damn well done, Kit, Kurama said to Naruto as they followed Kakashi out of the office. Not a single lie. Naruto grinned inwardly. Yep. It is a star rank secret. All of it. What they don't realize is that I was the one who authorized it. Chapter 15, Reacceleration. Sasuke sought Naruto's eyes as his teammate followed their sensei out of the office Sarutobi occupied, though to Sasuke it wasn't for 1 minute his office. Naruto met his gaze and said silently, "Tell you later." Sasuke nodded slightly and looked up at Kakashi. The man was looking at him, but he looked away as soon as Sasuke turned to him. Damn, Sasuke thought. I wonder how much Naruto told them. What happened? Sakura asked the Jounin worriedly. What's wrong? Nothing, he said, treating the girl to an eye smile. Just clearing something up. Now, I think we have training to do. Sasuke watched the back of his head as they followed him out of the tower. Naruto soon fell into step beside him and whispered an explanation of what had happened. I passed it all off as star rank. I'll explain later. Anyone asks you, tell them the Yondaime assigned it all as star rank. Sasuke nodded. Got it, he whispered. What's star rank? Later, Naruto told him. No time now. After they reached the training ground, Kakashi gave them a surprise. Given Naruto's unusual aptitude with elemental chakra natures, he told them brightly, I'm accelerating your training program. We'll start into nature-related chakra study now. Sasuke blinked. This should be quite interesting. He'd never really been tested for nature, but he knew he was quite good in both fire and lightning. He wondered if both would appear, or just one or the other. And come to think of it, though he knew Naruto was naturally wind affinitive, he wondered if the new Firestorm style might have given him an additional natural fire affinity upon creation. He would have to see. How will we begin that, sensei? Sakura was asking. Well, first we have to test each of you to see which chakra element you're naturally most capable of channeling, he told her. Naruto, I assume yours must be fire, wind, or both. Naruto nodded, but didn't elaborate. Perhaps he was as uncertain as Sasuke. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi continued, do either of you happen to know yours? Sasuke considered telling him either fire or lightning, but then he might never get his questions answered. No, he said firmly. Me either, said Sakura, and Sasuke knew she'd waited for him to avoid seeming inferior. Old habits die hard, he thought. Fine, said Kakashi, nodding. I want the three of you to practice your taijutsu forms for a while I go and fetch something. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Naruto, seemingly unable to resist the opportunity for a final jab, grinned and said, We'll expect you back in about 2 hours then, sensei. The Jounin didn't even crack a visible smile as he said simply, something like that, yes. Then, with a wave, he was off into the trees. As soon as he left, Sasuke started helping Sakura through the katos while Naruto drilled a bit on his own. Sasuke fully expected that he'd be able to run Sakura through a form a couple times and then have a word with Naruto. Ironically, however, in this one instance, Kakashi outdid himself. He was there, of all things, early. 2 minutes after he'd left, he was back with a small parcel. "Sorry I'm late," he said in perfect imitation of his usual innocent expression. "There were a bunch of ladders and cracks on the sidewalk, and I couldn't walk under the former or on the ladder, so." "But sensei," Sakura said, bewildered, "what are you talking about? You're on time." "Early, actually," said Sasuke, keeping the grimness out of his voice as he met the Jounin's eyes steadily. "He knows," he thought. "He knows I'm involved with whatever Naruto's up to. And secret or not, I don't think we're keeping Hatake Kakashi off our trail." "I am, aren't I?" said the white-haired ninja with an eye smile. "I suppose my duty is to inconvenience presumptuous genin at every turn." "Presumptuous genin my foot," Sasuke said silently. "And you know it perfectly well, don't you, Hatake? I should never have thought I could fool you this easily. I've underestimated you. We both have." "What do you mean?" Sakura asked. "You have no idea how blind you look right now, Sakura," Sasuke thought, and felt a wave of pity for her. She seemed doomed to be overshadowed for an extended time from here on, considering she would be in constant contact with 2 time-traveling ninja geniuses and a prodigious jounin. "Don't worry about it, Sakura," Kakashi was saying. "Come here, all 3 of you." They did. He was unwrapping the small parcel he'd brought. When he finished, he held up several sheets of a tan papery substance. "This," he said, showing it to them, "is chakra-sensitive litmus paper. It's the most commonly accepted way to determine a person's chakra nature affinity." Sakura cocked her head. "How does it work?" she asked. Kakashi shrugged. "I'm a ninja, not a physicist," he said wryly. "How should I know? The point is, if you have a lightning affinity, it crinkles, thus." He took one sheet between 2 fingers. In an instant, it crumpled around his hand. Fire affinity makes it burn. Earth makes it crumble. Wind cuts it, and water dampens it. He handed each of them a sheet. "Careful now," he said. "I've got a limited supply of this stuff, and it isn't cheap. I'd rather we didn't ruin any without using them." Sasuke nodded, carefully letting the paper rest on his palm as he examined it. It was a light brown in color and slightly thicker than regular paper, a bit like the parchment used in the oldest of scrolls, or the papyrus imported from the lands far south and east of the 5 elemental nations. It was thinner than papyrus, but its texture was less smooth than parchment. In that way, papyrus was its nearer neighbor. Kakashi instructed them on how to use the material to identify their element. "I might be able to do it between 2 fingers, but you're not jounin," he told them. "No," Sasuke thought, "but one of us is Hokage and another is an S-rank missing nin who commanded the destruction of this village." He weathered the wave of newfound painful regret that came with that thought as Kakashi continued. "Just put the sheet between your hands and channel chakra into it. Once you feel the chakra moving, open your hands, and be ready to drop it very quickly if it's on fire." Sasuke nodded and put his other palm over the material in his hand. Closing his eyes, he tried not to force the chakra out as his instinct told him to, but to gently push it out through his hands. It was against all of his training, what he was doing now unaltered, pure chakra, flowing out without any hand seals to shape it, was something he never channeled last time. The Rasengan was supposedly similar, but even it, despite the lack of hand seals, was embroiled in the idea of changing the chakra, if only its form and not its nature. Still, his training had also emphasized flexibility of strategy, and the ability to adapt, and he had soon worked through the blockages and gotten the chakra to flow forth. He felt something in the paper between his hands, and he drew his upper palm away to see the material crinkling on his palm, just as it was with Kakashi. "Interesting," said the jounin, suddenly standing over him. Sasuke looked up. Kakashi was staring down at the paper. He glanced at Sasuke's face. "Uchiha normally have fire affinity, though I personally think they're more suited to lightning, like you." "You're right," Sasuke agreed inwardly. "The lightning style involves sudden, rapid, extremely powerful attacks which are meant to incapacitate the enemy instantly. The Sharingan Eye's targeting capabilities amplify that all the more. Like Chidori, it can't be used easily without a Sharingan or inhuman reflexes because one can't afford to use it without the ability to instantly react to anything the enemy might do while you charge." But all he said was, "Matter of opinion, sensei." "Whoa!" shouted Naruto before the Jounin could reply. Sasuke turned with a rapidity that, he realized belatedly, was quite out of character for a genin. A lifetime of war and combat had honed him to a point that, he knew, was far beyond the scope of this younger Kakashi's even imagining. Hearing Naruto yelling in surprise was like a jolt of electricity to a wild beast, and he was instantly ready for action of the kind that he was used to. But Naruto was just standing there, looking down at two twin halves of his piece of litmus paper. It had been cut cleanly in two by the Jinchuriki's wind affinity. But Sasuke did not fail to notice that both halves were also on fire. Naruto seemed to have developed, in the creation of the Firestorm-style Kekkai Genkai, a dual affinity for fire as well as wind. Interesting, said Kakashi, walking lightly past Sasuke over to Naruto, and the Uchiha realized now that Naruto's expression had been more surprised than the situation warranted, as though he'd fully expected something else. Damn it! He thought. Worse and worse. I guess that creating that new combination gave you a new elemental affinity, Kakashi said to Naruto, and Sasuke almost didn't catch the veiled interrogation. His eyes widened. Naruto shouldn't realize that he used to have only one element. He thought, panicked. He knew even before Naruto spoke that it was hopeless, that Naruto, despite all of his improvements, was still too open to have even a prayer of defeating Kakashi in this fragile game of espionage. But he still bit his lip in displeasure when Naruto said, still dazed, I guess so. Cool. And Sasuke didn't miss the triumph in Kakashi's eyes. It's an interesting combination, Kakashi said, his voice composed, though Sasuke knew his mind must be whirring with the implications of what he'd found. I hope it works out well. And then Sakura had proven herself to be of the earth element, and Kakashi had to turn his attention to her. Sasuke took the opportunity to sidle over to Naruto. Do you know how much information you just gave Kakashi? He said, but he wasn't angry. What could they lose after all? Even if Kakashi drew all the wrong conclusions, all that they need was to give away their secrets, and lose the advantages of secrecy. But with Madara, every advantage was important. It's a good thing we came through when we did, Sasuke thought grimly. If Madara had gotten contingency plan Kitsune off the ground, the world wouldn't stand a chance. No, Naruto quietly exclaimed in surprise, but Kurama cut in. Yes, damn it. Naruto blinked. What? What did I do? And then his face took on an introspective look. Kurama was probably explaining his error. Sasuke took the opportunity to explore the thought that had just come to him. It had never occurred to him just how lucky they were that the opportunity of the ritual of the 5 stars, as Shikako had called it, had come around when it had. The time had been perfect. Naruto had lost his village and everyone that had ever meant anything to him. Sasuke clenched his fist, fighting off the pain, and recently enough that the potential determination to save them had not been dulled by time. It was ideal in that way. And Gaara had just been captured. Had he already been taken to a holding facility, he would never have been able to tell Sasuke about the ritual itself. But most importantly, Sasuke gave thanks to Kami that the time of the ritual had come when it had, because it allowed them to narrowly dodge that horrific shadow of Madara's mind, contingency plan Kitsune. Its prep had been completed only 3 days prior to their return here. Had Madara completed it, as Sasuke knew he would have all too quickly, despite Naruto's best efforts, it would have removed their last obstacle, namely, Naruto handed the Eye of the Moon plan to them on a silver platter, and given the Akatsuki an ally arguably more dangerous and powerful than the orange-masked man himself. No, not arguably, thought Sasuke sickly as he looked at Naruto. Not arguably, he thought as he considered his own part in the terrible plot. Definitely. The creature's cloak swirled around him as he contemplated the small island on the horizon. The land of waves, he thought. That was the site of the boy's first mission. With luck, it'll also be the site of his last. The creature turned in the direction where, miles away, he knew Konohagaku no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves, lay blissfully unaware of all that was even now occurring outside its walls. The Nara may know, if the fool Shikamaru got out in time, he admitted to himself. The blue lenses that served as his eyes spun wildly in the nearest thing he could do to a narrowing of the eyes. Naruto team, he said to himself, the Dishonored is coming. And underneath the silver mask that hid his face, the creature gave a wild grin. Chapter 16, Reacquaintance. The afternoon was growing old. The trees' shadows were lengthening across the grassy clearing, and the sun was larger than it had been at noon over the clear horizon. Kakashi leaned against the stump of a tree, watching as Sasuke led Sakura through one of the basic academy taijutsu katas. Naruto, on the other side of the glade, was running through a surprisingly rigorous exercise routine. Maybe it's not so surprising, the man thought, watching the blonde genin as he did push-ups in a handstand. Something's odd about that boy. Naruto was hiding something, and it was more than the mysterious star-rank secrets tucked away in his skull. Kakashi had proven that when he proved that the blonde child had known his own elemental affinity prior to being tested. The boy had learned from someone had been taught ninjutsu, and elemental ones, before becoming Kakashi's genin apprentice. Minato had obviously left some sort of message for the boy he knew his heritage, and more things that were sealed to even the Sandaime. But that didn't explain the boys being taught advanced ninjutsu. For that, one needed a living sensei, and even with the Yandaime's advanced sealing capabilities, he couldn't give his son the extended training that was needed to master ninjutsu theory enough to warrant elemental testing by any normal regimen. At this point, Kakashi might have been asked by anyone listening into his thoughts why he was testing his genin's elemental affinity. To this, he would reply with a nod at Naruto and, to a lesser degree, Sasuke, and the simple statement that with this team, he could scarcely conform to a normal training scheme. On a whim, he looked at his watch. It was time to part ways. "All right, you three, enough for today," he called to the trio of kids. Was he ever that small? Naruto flipped quickly upright, wincing and massaging his arms. At least he's not an absolute maniac, like that little doppelganger of Guy's, Kakashi thought with a mental shrug. I'm not sure I could deal with that. 5 already? Sasuke said as he eased out of his cat stance and led Sakura across the clearing towards them. Kakashi took a quick mental note of that. Every jounin had a different let-out time, so that the village would never be completely unprotected. Some teams operated at night for that precise reason, though those usually consisted of chunin, not genin. Now he had another thing to nail these two for this time: Sasuke, not Naruto. Once he had noted his thoughts down to his satisfaction, a process taking about a quarter of a second, he nodded at the Uchiha heir. Yes, he said. We're done for today. So we finish at 5? Sakura asked, and Kakashi was sure he hadn't imagined the look of chagrin and something like worry on Sasuke's face. He clearly had noticed his own slip up. That meant that he was trying to lay low. Interesting. Naruto clearly had been too. Another interesting point was that, despite having been in regular contact with everyone from the Hokage downward, either of them had shown any of these secretive tendencies until recently. Kakashi was sure he'd have realized if they were. He was a regular part of the ANBU detachment to watch over the both of them. Even if he hadn't, though, someone was sure to have. Which meant, in no uncertain terms, that whatever secrets these two were keeping, they'd only started keeping them recently. Which made no sense. Naruto couldn't have received enough training in that short a time to have learned his elemental affinity, and even if he had, creating a Kekkai Genkai was sure to take an extended period of time. Far longer than the month or so for which the boy had seemed to exhibit these signs. None of it added up. Kakashi suddenly felt a strange sensation on the tip of his consciousness, a feeling as if of being on the edge of a pool of realization, and he suddenly thought of how a friend of his who was a bit of an amateur astrologer who had mentioned an anomaly in the night sky about a month ago, and recalled, from long ago, Shikaku telling him something about a ritualistic jutsu involving stars. Then Naruto tapped him on the shoulder and asked worriedly, Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? And the thought was gone. Kakashi shook his head. Sorry, he said. Lost myself in thinking. Yes, Sakura, we finish at 5 each day. The girl nodded, as though 10-hour workdays were the most natural thing in the world, despite the fact that she was likely even now in transition from the 7 hours of academy life. She looked odd, as though her mind was elsewhere, and also quite excited. She regularly glanced at Sasuke, too. Has the boy done something ridiculous, he wondered, like ask her out? He chuckled inside at the ludicrousness of the idea. Well, he said, looking around at his genin, and he was struck suddenly by how similar they really were to his team. Naruto and Sasuke were off from what he'd have expected, true, but when he looked at them, he saw himself and Obito with more clarity than he'd have believed, and Sakura might as well have been Rin reincarnated. And yet, the thought was less painful than he'd have expected. I'm getting old, he thought ruefully. Scars may not heal, but they fade. And looking at these three, it's like we're reborn. But this time he didn't allow his thoughts to get in the way of his speech. With barely a pause in his words, he continued, I'll see you 3 tomorrow. Good evening. With that he left them, and as soon as he was out of their sight, he made for a house where his acquaintance, Akima, who was an amateur astrologer, lived. Sasuke wanted to talk to Naruto as soon as Kakashi left. They needed to talk, and it needed to be tonight. They needed a plan. If they were somehow found out, or if the Jounin nabbed them for some other suspicion, what would they do? They'd done too much today to go unnoticed. Their sensei would be on guard from here on, and if there was any man capable of working out the truth in Konoha excluding the Nara, who had an unfair advantage, it was Hatake Kakashi. Unfortunately, he had an appointment to keep. And, despite the nuisance, he had no intention of canceling his date with Sakura. He was here to fix things, after all, and remembering the end of Sakura's relations with him made him sick with his newfound guilt. Well, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, taking his hand. Sasuke resisted the impulsive urge to pull away. The girl had loved him last time. The way she'd refused to come at him with the intent to kill even as he'd pushed her to the edge of death was proof enough for him that the childhood crush had evolved, somehow, into something greater. The least he could do for her now was to at least give her a chance to do it in peace. Even if he couldn't love her, he could at least give her these memories of happiness that, perhaps, would endure longer in her heart than the inevitable rejection. And even if it didn't, he could at least do her the favor of using this to train her away from her old fangirl ways. If she didn't change, he couldn't foresee any kind of happy ending for her. All of these thoughts and more were running through his mind even as he nodded at her. Where shall we eat? Oh, I'd forgotten you two had a date, Naruto said happily, clapping Sasuke on the shoulder. Good for you both. Sasuke, if you finish before 11, I'll be waiting up at home. If it's before then, when you're done, come over. I want a word. And so does the Kyuubi, I'm sure, Sasuke thought grimly. Lots of words. I'll find you later, was all he said aloud. If I can't make it tonight, I'll look you up early tomorrow. I come to the training ground about as early as Kakashi is late, Naruto told him. That's where you can find me. He winked at each of them in turn. Don't do anything that'll make me feel too left out, alright? Sasuke rolled his eyes as Sakura's hand tightened around his own. Naruto. She ground out. With a laugh, the Jinchuriki backflipped out of her reach and into a tree. See you. And he was off. Sasuke shook his head at the Hokage in child's form's antics. Still, something he said was bothering him. He turned to Sakura. We will be done before 11, won't we? I think by that time we'd just be falling asleep on each other. Then, seeing the dreamy look he'd come, over the years, to associate with all fangirls everywhere, he added quickly, No, that's not a good thing. She shook her head, almost as though to clear it. Good, he thought, you're learning. No, of course not, she said, then glared after Naruto. The idiot's obviously never been on a date before. Even I'd probably get tired of your company after 8 hours nonstop on a first date. He has been on a date before, thought a tiny part of Sasuke's mind while the rest stared at the girl in front of him in shock. She really was learning. With Hyuga Hinata. And they would have gotten married except. Sasuke forced his thoughts not to finish their trail, fighting the rising sea of agonizing guilt that threatened to overwhelm him. Well, that's good, I suppose, he said, looking for a way to say what he wanted to without offending her. Kami. This was more difficult than he'd expected. He couldn't even imagine how hard it must be for people who got flustered in their date's presence. I really do need a word with him after we're done. She looked at him, and there was a resignation in her eyes that Sasuke would never have expected to see there, and he was hit by a wave of some other emotion he'd seldom felt before, pride. You can go now, if you'd like, she sighed, letting go of his hand. He deftly took hers back. No, he said. He can wait. Even as he spoke, his mind whirred, considering. She really was learning. She was already taking his desires into account tenfold more than she had before his intervention began. This was where his carrot stick training came into play. When she was a fangirl, he would reject her, and when she was a civilized human being, he would reward her, for instance, by taking her out to dinner. But he also had to be somewhat careful. He couldn't pretend to have any kind of experience with the various chemistries of pubescent ninja, but he had a feeling that if he over-rewarded Sakura, she would naturally revert to her old, ridiculously annoying self. This was made quite clear by her wide, dazzled eyes that looked to be as problematic as ever. Sasuke mentally sighed. It seemed there was still quite some way to go. Calm down, though, he admonished. Again she shook her head, as though consciously clearing it, and he admired her for an instant. He saw for a moment that she, like him, had many flaws, but he could never so quickly shake their effects. Even with Naruto's help, it had taken weeks of going through various evolutionary stages before he had reached the point where he could once again feel the crushing guilt for what he had done. Sorry, she said. It may take me a while. He looked at her for a moment, considering, and then he said, You do understand, don't you, what I'm asking of you? She nodded hesitantly. You don't want me to. Then she frowned, trying to put words to her thoughts. You don't want me being clingy and obsessive, she decided, then looked at him worriedly. I'm right, aren't I? He nodded. Exactly. You'll never have a chance with anyone if you treat them like that, especially not someone like me. And you shouldn't want one either. Come on. I know a good dango place, unless you'd rather somewhere else. What do you mean, someone like you? Sakura asked as he led her towards the village. He didn't look at her as he replied, Someone who doesn't know how to feel what you want them to. Like I don't. Naruto looked up from the seal he was painting when he heard a knock on the door of his apartment. Sasuke, he thought, relieved. He'd been worried the Uchiha wouldn't be able to come. Still, it might actually be an ANBU squad, come to interrogate him. With this in mind, he quickly opened the drawer of his desk as he called, Coming. He placed the painted paper carefully into the compartment, and closed it. Then he stood and left his room, entering the other room. He crossed to the doorway and said quietly, Who is it? Sasuke, grunted the Uchiha's voice from outside. Let me in. Naruto gave himself a moment to sigh in relief, and then opened the door quietly to the darkness outside. Sasuke slipped in silently, and shut the door behind him. We need to talk, Naruto, he said. No kidding, Naruto nodded in agreement. And I hope you don't mind, but I want input as well, Kurama added to both of them. This does, after all, affect me as well. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Fine, he said. We'll talk in my room, Naruto said. I've got a seal I need to finish. What is it? Sasuke asked as he followed Naruto into the bedroom. Naruto shrugged as he sat down at his desk. Mostly just practice to keep my skills sharp, he replied. It's an elemental seal. I'm intending to charge it with my firestorm chakra when I've mastered the style and attach it to a weapon. Sasuke nodded. Should we wait on talking until you're done? Yes, said Naruto, trying to block out Sasuke's voice as he worked. Just let me set the seal so it doesn't blow me sky high in my sleep tonight. Give me a minute. Sasuke, obligingly, didn't answer, and Naruto was free to paint in the next curving lines. The seal currently consisted of 3 layers. The first 2 consisted each of 3 nodes. The third currently consisted of 2 and, as Naruto knew from his long-ago stint with the 5-element seal atop the Yondame's 8-pronged Reaper Death seal, odd numbers and even numbers did not mix in Fuinjutsu. It took a few minutes, but eventually Naruto finished the swirls that signified the completion of the 3rd node. There, he sighed, relieved, replacing the paper seal in the drawer. It didn't blow up on you this time, Kurama observed. He had clearly transmitted the words to Sasuke as well, for the black-haired boy asked, Does that happen often? No, Naruto told him flatly, mentally sending Kurama a glare. The furball's just being annoying. He leaned to the side, trying to spin his chair around, before remembering that at this point in time, he'd been lucky to have a desk, let alone a spinning chair. I forgot how annoying poverty is, he grumbled, standing, manually rotating his chair, and sitting back down. No luxuries. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Hit Chunin in the exams this time, then. I will too. Naruto nodded, cracked his neck, and folded his hands, taking the pose he'd worn as Hokage. Okay, he said. First, we need to list everything Kakashi's figured out. And Hiruzen, Sasuke added, and Naruto noted the way he didn't refer to the man by his title. Perhaps he wasn't as loyal to the village as Naruto had hoped, but then, why would he be? What had happened to make him loyal? Nothing, yet Naruto would have to see to that, when he could. But that was the Hokage in him speaking, not Sasuke's friend. Kurama was replying to Sasuke as he thought. Sarutobi won't investigate unless Kakashi can give him evidence that we're a threat, he said. The suggestion of the star rank was enough to satisfy him, but Kakashi was the Yandame's apprentice. He's curious what his dead mentor's up to. Sasuke shook his head in bewilderment. You still haven't explained the star rank. What the hell does your dad have to do with it? Naruto nodded. The star rank is a special rank for missions and secrets above the S rank, he explained. Star rank secrets are set up by one Hokage, divulged at his discretion, and may even be kept from future Hokage unless they are permitted to be told by the assigning Hokage. Sasuke nodded slowly, understanding dawning like light on his face. So you've officially assigned all of our secrets as star rank, he said wonderingly, and Sarutobi just assumes that it's your dad who assigned it. You've passed everything, our knowledge, our skill, all of it off as having been delivered to us posthumously by the Yandame? Pretty much, yes, said Naruto with a grin. Sasuke chuckled slightly. Genius! But Kakashi's still suspicious? We can tell he is, Kurama grunted. He spent the entire afternoon gathering information about you too. True, Sasuke conceded. So we have to try to prevent him from working out anything if we can avoid it. Exactly, Naruto nodded. And to do that, we need to work out what he's already worked out. Sasuke frowned. Why? He asked. Can't we just keep everything else from him? Naruto looked at him flatly. Do you really think we'll manage that? He asked. No, Sasuke, things will come out, one by one, and that's assuming nothing happens out of our control to spill it all. We need to prioritize those secrets that are most important to keep away from him, are those that would give it all away. And to know that, we need to know what he knows. Sasuke shrugged. If you say so. Well, look at this scenario, Naruto said. Say there's a war going on. Say one side has decoded the other side's radio transmissions, or intercepted a message. Say they know where the enemy's going to attack. So they station extra troops there, or evacuate the area. The enemy knows now that they knew where the troops were headed. So now it becomes imperative that the first side not allow the other side to realize that there were no scouts following their movements. If they do, they'll realize the truth that their messages are being intercepted. Naruto cocked his head at Sasuke. Do you see? He asked. There were 3 secrets: one that the one side knew where the other side's troops were moving, one that there weren't scouts thereabouts, and the last being that the messages were being intercepted. If the first 2 were found out, the third would come to light, but if only one of those 2 got found out, it wouldn't. Sasuke just grunted, staring oddly at Naruto. The blonde frowned. What? Nothing, said the Uchiha quietly. It just struck me how good of a Hokage you are. Naruto looked down, childishly pleased despite himself. I tried. Try, Sasuke corrected. You're still Hokage, as far as I'm concerned. That explained why Sasuke referred to the Sandaime by his name. Then stop flattering me, said Naruto in his best businesslike voice, or I'll have you arrested for attempted bribery. They stared at each other for a moment before Sasuke chuckled and Naruto broke down laughing. Anyway, Sasuke said once they'd both settled down, I think I understand. You're saying we need to know what he's worked out so we don't inadvertently give up our entire secret by giving him a few vital pieces of the jigsaw. Exactly, said Naruto, nodding. So, let's get down to work. It took them until long past midnight to list all of the information Kakashi had and determine what information they couldn't give away. Okay, said Naruto after they were sure they'd finished. He handed Sasuke one of the 2 exactly similar sheets of paper he'd written. Memorize that as soon as you can and then destroy it. Sasuke nodded, taking the document. What do we need now? Now we need a plan, Naruto said. If Kakashi does figure everything out, I'm expecting him to confront us before going to the Hokage. That's assuming he doesn't draw a wrong conclusion. In that case, what do we do? Sasuke frowned. What do you mean? Well, Naruto shrugged, we need to prevent anyone else from finding out, even if Kakashi does. So we need a plan for how we'll keep him from spilling it all. Sasuke nodded in understanding. Got it, he said, and it struck him how odd it was to be the one who didn't understand what was going on for once. Difference between the Hokage and his ANBU, I guess, he thought. Shouldn't we just tell him our story as a first resort? That sounds like something Naruto would come up with, Kurama laughed. Tell him, and divulge your position as an S-rank missing nin who is largely responsible for the fall of Konoha and for his own death? Admittedly, I think it's a good idea, it'd get you out of my fur. But I'd rather keep you out of Ibiki's claws, Naruto finished. What we really need to do is to decide what to tell him. Sasuke shrugged. We should tell him just a bare-bones explanation, not of how everything happened but that it did. For instance, instead of telling him how Konoha fell, tell him that it did. That's what I was thinking too, Naruto agreed. And if he asks about you, tell him you graduated at these next Chunin exams and that you reached Jounin a year before I made Hokage. Tell him that I immediately named you ANBU Agent Dragon. Sasuke nodded, committing the fabrication to memory. Fine. And you? Why would he ask you about me? Naruto asked, confused. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Guess he hasn't quite mastered this kind of planning yet, he said to himself. To find out if I'm lying, he said, and though he didn't say it, the word idiot was thick on the air. Naruto's eyes widened and his face reddened ever so slightly. Oh. Duh. Sorry. Anyway, I graduated at the Chunin exams after you, made Jounin with you, and was Hokage 1 year before shit hit the fan and the village was destroyed. If he asks, Madara did that. You can tell him everything we know about Madara. Sasuke grunted in assent. So I made Jounin in 3 years, Chunin in 6 months, and Anbiyu in 4 years? Yep, said Naruto. Works? Wait, Sasuke said quickly. What if he asks how we found out what we know about Madara? Naruto rolled his eyes. He won't, he chuckled. Haven't you noticed that all of the really powerful, really evil ninja we've faced absolutely love monologues? Sasuke laughed quietly. You make a good point. That's what I'll tell him. Great, said Naruto. Works? Works, Sasuke said. Naruto grinned tiredly at him. Good. I'm tired. He looked over at his clock. Wow, it's almost 2 in the morning. I feel bad sending you out this late. Want to bunk here? The accommodations aren't the best. Hell, what accommodations? But if you don't want to go out at this time of night. No, said Sasuke smoothly. Naruto probably didn't have enough bedclothes for him, and the 2-room apartment didn't appeal to him in the slightest. I'll take you up on that offer after we've scaled up your quality of life. Naruto grinned. You do that. He walked Sasuke to the door and opened it for him. See you around. Sasuke nodded at him. See you? And then he was out in the night, and the door was closing quietly behind him. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.